Yo, an Insta shit all cut out yesterday. I have no clue why. Why is this bitch turned off? What are you going through? Which one? You whore. You absolute whore legend. How dare you be that way? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to where's the zoomed in shot? I want to go up a little with it. Then I'm gonna go left more. Go back to zoomed in headshot. Still down. How do I make it go up? Up, up, up. Delete. Rename. Okay, what is this position? That's the same one. No. It's the old zoomed in. We'll delete that bitch. Boom. Yeah. That one. Yeah. One. We got that one. That one. There we go. We can go this one. We can go really zoomed in. Let's do a. Oh, yep. That works. Boom. Boom. Bang. Here we go. What's up with that thing? Put that down like that. Bring it over here now. Take him on the track. Stop him down. Take him down. What you read him on the rack. I don't know him now, haters. Oh. See if Dead Drop will let me in though. maybe fix that. Yeah. There's no there. Yeah. No, dude. Okay, bro. But I know. Ah. Uh, okay, where? What directory is that in? Go to. guy fucking pissed me off. But, but maybe, thoughts for the future. Probably. You know what they say? For the dumbest uses. There is a logging. Motherfucker won't let me log in, though. That attempt didn't work. So now I guess I need to make a ticket for how I can log in. Hey, baby, let's see what happens. Am I in now, baby? Ooh, check. Ooh, check. Ah, ah, ah. Oh, I don't even have people on this rust. Dust. Here we go now. Slap them in the mouth and shake them around. I got rust. Dust. Okay. These people. Those people. Me people. What do I got in my loadout? What do I got? What do I got? I got more in my other bag than I got in this bag right now. Oh. What the fuck? Can we even find a match in this game? Is your game so broken? Then I can't play games? Is the game so broken that I can't play games? Well, you know it now. You can't play this. All the Shattered Grounds. I love you, fucking bitch. What? What is taking so long? The fuck? Is this not showing? Fucking dead drop. Fucking desktop. No, for real? I've been there. What the hell? Like, yeah. Yo. Who? Oh, I never called him. I told you I wasn't gonna talk to him.
No, I was saying, did he call you back anything? Or
No, I haven't heard from him or anything.
okay, cool. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if you didn't hear from nobody then, huh?
What do you mean about what?
From no, nothing wrong or anything. It's just quiet today, so it's a good
Well,
thing.
because it's Friday, so they're probably letting everyone fucking do their thing or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was wondering, did he reach out to you any fucking thing and
No.
see what kind of stupid shit he's trying to?
No, I haven't heard. I haven't heard. Like that's why I was like, because he rang and it didn't fully, didn't like ring and didn't. He didn't leave a message. He didn't text me. It rang like twice and then it hung up. So I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not fucking. I'm just,
Yeah, that's it. You shouldn't even deal with it. Yeah.
that's kind of it. That's the whole thing about like vacation. Like this is what I didn't understand. I talked to Megan. I said blah blah blah. She goes, well, here's two numbers. And then be like, well, whatever. This is the cable that they sent. Because I guess the Met, because the Met was like, oh, because I was like, how the fuck did you guys get this cable instead of getting one that's like made? And they're like, well, they probably Met is like, I think that they just actually order them that way, and then we make them at the factory. I'm like, well, yeah, but I mean, me, it's like, yo, well, then if we ask for a cable, we'll just get a cable from a house, then it's going to be good. They made extra work, and it's like I get, but like I'm pretty sure it's easier for them who are doing this all day long, making these cables, and they have like you know back there, they have all parts, cable, cutting it apart, putting it on, putting it in something. I expected to have the right people, right connectors, to be able to say, oh, well, no, we're done. That's what we like. I mean, that is the difference between this type of company and like if I worked for Sedan or worked for Sheco and we asked for a cable, it would come harnessed to the way. Yeah, not like hey, here's some wire, make your own cable. It's here is the cable, it's ready to be plugged in and plug and play. And so like these are all the things that like there's a fast. What we're doing, it either need to be fixed or we just need to understand that this is the difference between our brand and some other brand. We're doing it this way. They're doing it that way. There's where time differences things come in. That's where quality comes in. It's okay if this is what you want to do. But if you expect us to be the other brand, then a lot of the other stuff does have to change. Otherwise, accept what we are and stop freaking out on the technicians and whoever else because like I'm getting to the point where I'm just accepting that these are not quality machines. I'm getting a fucking Hyundai, not a goddamn fucking Cadillac, you know? Or think this isn't a Porsche. This is a fucking Tesla that's being manufactured as quick as possible on an assembly line with the lowest paid quality workers they can. So that's and workers that are turning over like Amazon employees. And that's yes, they go from one place, one house to another house to another house to another house, and so
and they don't. I feel like they don't want to hear the truth for that, but that's what it is.
That is, yeah.
Shit for 2 days. I'm like.
Well, and I don't think Bob ever follows up because I've said some real hard shit about things, and I don't think Bob ever takes it and does anything with it.
Well, dude, Dave really busts his chops in the office. I swear, man. I mean, Jesse can't stand him. I mean, I didn't know all of this shit. I was like, just sitting there like, wow, this is why he coming in here. It is so like, Jesse and Chase got into it real bad, and they're cool now, you know. But Jesse was like, you know, and I like, he's like, I like Chase. We got into an argument on some shit and we had to air shit out. He said some things to me, I said some shit to him. We're cool now. But he was like, man, that fucking Bob, man, it's a fucking snake. He said ever since Bob been there, there's been issues. There's been all this bullshit circulating and going around. And I'm like, well.
Yep.
Talk to him.
I could see, I haven't talked to Jesse at all, but I could see Bob being a snake like that, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm just gonna watch what I say to him from now on. Fuck it.
Yeah, you better.
So yeah. I bet that guy's fucking recording my calls when I have them with him and then.
Probably. I'd be surprised.
He was like, well, I got directive from Ellie to start doing that because, and it's like, well, that's a complete invasion of my privacy. And it's literally illegal, so. No! I just wouldn't doubt it if that was happening.
Yeah.
Or like, before they call me, they three-way call, and then call me. Like, Adam did that to me the other day with Joe on the phone, but at least he let me know that Joe was on the phone. But I could see them doing that, and then, like, they put themselves on mute in the office and then listen in.
Sadly see that too. Unfortunately. I could, yeah. That would be fucked up, but I can't, yeah. Wow. Dude, yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Go back in here and see how this fucking.
Yep. Yep.
I've been there, done that, man. I had shit, in the past that I was glad to have sold it, man. So yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, yeah. The old guy, like the new guy, was there, kind of sitting around, and there with us, but like I was focused on the dudes who had been there because I thought they were the ones who were bending. But then he was the one. That new kid was the guy who bent everything, but everything bent fine. He sat there for 2 hours running that fucking thing. Didn't have a goddamn. I kept asking him like, oh, I think it was like one or two things that like I worked with him on during the whole 2 hours, and for the most part, I just sat in that little cause it's so fucking hot in there. I sat in the little kitchen area, and I could see. I sat right on the edge at that window, and I could see right out to the break.
Right.
And I sat there for 2 hours just watching him bend metal. Maybe longer than 2 hours. So.
He is, dude. He was so like nitpicky and finicky on that fucking finger, dude. He's like, it's just a little,
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're not. It's not changing the bend that at all. Like, if you knock it up against it, you're like, what? You're a quarter of a 1/3000th. You know what I mean? Like, you're not.
Oh my god.
Yep. Either he's just trying to be hard, or. But yeah, well then maybe you can at least tell the Well, hopefully you can tell the office that that's what's going on and that it wasn't me lack of doing my job.
Hey man, Tristan even said, he's, really, nitpicky on stuff. He was like, yeah, he's a good worker and stuff. I said, yeah, he's like very detailed. I said, I get it. I just said, how it is. It's
Yep.
like I say, I resquared it, and I believe you. Just resquared it again and got it like within.
What happened with the tooling? Was the tooling fucked up, or was that was their own tooling they entered, right?
So this whole new thing, so what I mean came in, he's got 3 pages of shit that he's like complaining about. So I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Let's start over. I said, put the right
I want to fall
in
back. I ain't got shit to help you with.
The hallway and all of that tie and stuff. Put the punch in all the way across. I said, we're going to start over. I said, we're going to do a 180 test. I want to see how tight everything is. It was perfect. It was dead nuts.
Yep.
Why two things? You did a great job with the install. Dead nuts. So I said, okay, so now, let's bend both of these. Let's do a 90 on both sides. So I had, both pieces in there still. I said, okay, it's on the bed.
It's underbent by 3 degrees evenly on both sides. It should have been, at least that's... Oh, alright, well.
So, and he said, well, these are just little pieces. I said, yeah, but I said it 94 inches across. I said, so I did the full width, and I'm doing that on purpose as a full length. But I'm checking also tightness and your angle correction. So I said, all right, so you're...
Well, that also might overbend it because it's going to call for more tonnage at that point, too. Because I'm telling you, when I set that up, I had them doing 93 degrees on each side, and I fucking got it exactly even on each exact side to, like... I probably bent 40 times till I dialed it in to be exactly 3 degrees under with whatever material I had. Now, when you change material thickness, it may be off. It may not be exactly 93, but it should be pretty fucking close on each side. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah.
So then I said, okay. And so he was complaining about, is this, I seen pictures of it. He was complaining about this one part that
zone if you need it.
So yeah, I just sent it to you. So he's complaining about this little part that's like 2 inches wide, and how basically we got to go 3 times the tonnage. It's 1.319 wide, and so
What type of is it? Is it stainless? Is it?
no, it's regular steel. I sent it to you.
Huh. Yeah, I see 1.319.
Yeah. So we have to put in. So he want to be able to put in like 1.5 or 2 inches wide, and that the tonnage is corrected automatically, and it's not. The tonnage is always too low. So he was complaining about he always got to play around with tonnage and get it formulated and calculated, and he's going like, pretty, like,
Way more than 20%.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So Aaron mentioned about the material sheet. I sent you a picture of that. So I said, okay, so it still shows 30 as far as tensile strength. And so I had Tristan give me the sheet of the actual tensile strength. I said, okay. I said, I see where we're at now, this and that. And so that's when I went and said, all right. So I added a line on material and just said, let's do this test steel material.
Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says, did you mean to drop your purple armor?
And we was like 1.5 difference.
Scrappy DP says, no. Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says, or did you want it back XD? Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says, Mir. Scrappy DP says, but you have it?
Like I say,
Scrappy DP says, no. Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says,
it's
see.
more or less bullshit, really. I feel like
Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says, laughing face.
That might be it. Yep. But the thing is that like we can't be fucking tasked with breaking in their employees. I mean, I get it that they spent a bunch of money on this brand new machine and that they're a good fucking customer, but like that's not our job.
Well, I just sent you like with him going with the back gauge. I mean, the back gauge squareness and shit, so.
Yep. I'd say, you know what else? You know what else may be the problem is that like this is also a fucking Evo and not like a normal. So like,
noticed it and was like, it doesn't.
I wouldn't doubt if like the pressure on these things is a little bit different variance than what you know. I mean, I still don't think these Evos have ever run properly because like I remember the first fucking 9 or 10 of them that came in, we had nothing but problems on them. Iowa. Remember the one in Iowa?
But you remember the ones in where they got a lot of Amish workers in Indiana?
Yep.
Michigan.
Yep.
Dude, we were on.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
What a fucking nightmare that was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, maybe it's partly because these machines are kind of jacked up, so. But yeah, if that guy's the stickler between that and between having a brand new fucking weirdo machine. But. No, yeah, that's what he told me.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
And, like I say, he seems okay because it's like sometimes he's like nervous and shit. So I really think he has ADD, which is fine. I can give a shit less. I mean, good for you. I mean, you're able to deal with it and make a, livable wage. That's good, But I do feel like it's really, like, like when we swear up each finger that you see, I mean, it's like right fucking there, and I mean, closer, and it's not perfect. I got it
Heartsuit
closer than
KB
that.
Heartsuit says,
And
NTNT.
like I said, I loosen up the
Scrappy
bottom
DP
off
says,
to the whole
sorry.
fucking thing, you know.
Heartsuit
So,
KB Heartsuit says, it's okay. Smiley face. Heartsuit KB Heartsuit says,
Yeah.
GG.
What?
yeah, man,
Laughing
so
face.
it is what it is.
Well, as long as it ain't me completely fucking up and that the office is gonna.
No, it's not.
The thing is that this whole thing, I'm worried they haven't even talked to us about that, but they started saying about like talking about fucking return visits and this and that. And it's like, dude, I can't control that. What happened with this? I can't. There's nothing I could have done on that day. And I asked this kid. I made sure he was okay with everything that was going on. He said yes. So. When I left there, that kid was fine. But yeah, if he ran it for a couple weeks, and then he started seeing this and that, whatever, and wanted to complain about it, I can't control that.
No, it's out of your, yeah, I wouldn't even sweat it.
It's almost like they need a plan for some of these machines. Hey, you're going to do an install, and then you're going to do a follow-up in like 3 weeks after they install. And just somehow roll that into your bills if you're all worried about the fucking extra costs or whatever, then. Because I don't know what more I could have done to prevent this from happening. I went over as much as I could with that kid. I asked him whether he was comfortable. I sat there for hours waiting for him to bend everything. He didn't have a fucking question for me when I left there.
So, just to summarize how some people are as far as snakes, he makes a comment. He goes, well, it was a Friday, and it was 3:45, and he needed to get out of here. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I know you. I mean,
who needed to? Me? Me?
Yeah.
I didn't need. I live in Addison. I didn't need to get out of anywhere. I sat there and I sat there for fucking hours when he was bending material. What do you mean rush out of there? I sat there doing nothing. I sat there I went into the freaking air condition and you see those little fucking bench things, right? And I sat at the one right inside the door. I sat at the one, so I was looking right when you walk in the door. I sat at that immediate bench so I could look through the glass and watch the break and see him bending. And I sat there, I watched a little bit of YouTube, I fucking wrote a bunch of emails. I forget what else I did, but I was there for hours. Like hours, not like not a little bit of time. No, I wasn't even babysitting him. He was just doing his, I had trained him up. They all were good. They were like, yo, we're good. And I just was letting him run parts. And then I wasn't even babysitting him. Usually when I babysit someone, I stand there right over their shoulder and like make sure things are good. He was good. Like everything was good. But it was hours. So it's like, I wasn't trying to rush out of there. If I was rushing out of there, I would have just fucking picked up my shit and left. Yeah, fuck that guy. Whatever.
He complained about the back age a little bit again. I said, Tristan, you seen yesterday, and I even showed him how to adjust it, and I explained to you. And he was okay with it. He said, yeah, I know. That's when he was like, he's just, Tristan said a little special, but,
Yeah.
I said, I get it. It's fine. So then, when I talked to him, the operator, he goes, yeah, I just adjusted the one finger just a little bit more.
Yep. Well, there. Then at least you saw that that's probably him than it is you, me, or anything, or the machine.
So he had this one program I sent you a picture of, where he was doing 1.5. He wanted to do the pin length at 1.5, and he was pissed off because he wanted to lay it on the finger, and it wouldn't lay right. And I'm like, dude, don't worry about. I told him, I said, dude, don't worry about the graph. I said, if you're gonna change it and put it at this position, put it at the position. Well, the graph doesn't show it right. I'm like,
yeah, the graph is, you mean like the visual representation?
Yeah.
Those things are never completely accurate. But yeah,
That's what I told him.
just put shoes, lay on whatever finger, and then if it fits in there, it's gonna fit as long as it doesn't actually physically crash.
I said, dude, I said, don't pay attention. I said, try.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to like crash if it thinks that it's going to crash. It's not gonna let it do it. It's only if you do something weird and like tell it that it's in the wrong position that it will actually come in and do it. I mean, when it does like lay on finger shit, if it's close enough to the die, it's gonna lift up before it comes in, and those things are on like a hinge so that like when it comes down, if it would have collided with it, that thing will start flipping up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
We'll see.
Well, I appreciate you going there after me and taking care of bullshit,
No,
but.
Shit.
All right, I'll talk to you. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you Monday. I'll let you know if Mike hits me up before then. No, they fucking. I don't know shit. I mean, dude, like I told her, that's like what Ahmed is like. What? This is how you get your schedule? He's like, he's like, well, why don't you schedule yourself the way that D does with flights and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, because they don't tell me till fucking 5 minutes before it. So like, usually by the time that they tell me what's happening, they've already booked me shit and whatnot. Like, here's your flight for tomorrow, blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay. It's not like I get to like, they're not like, hey, you're gonna go to this place. Go look for flights and figure it out yourself. It's like, which like at this point, it's like almost every time they do shit, it makes it worse. And I could have just done it myself and been much easier.
They don't take into consideration your schedule, your time, and like I told him, I said, I mean, because I remember chewing up Megan last year about this. I said, Megan, I said, y'all just assume. I said, if y'all will like give me a heads up on where y'all need to be doing stuff, I said, I have a problem flying out of over here. I said, I can be in Illinois and fly out in Midway. But y'all don't tell me shit. Y'all don't talk to me.
That's what I told them, yep. And they're like, well, we can't. It's like, that's not how it works. We're in the service industry. I'm like, every other service industry I've ever worked for does.
I've been in plenty of service industries.
Yep. Well, part of it is that Mike or Tim convinced them that this is like how the service industry works. He said that to me multiple times and said it in front of them when I was like trying to talk to them about getting a schedule and organizing and blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, well, whatever.
No, it can be more efficient.
Yep. I mean, because Tim has only ever worked for two companies. For like when he's been in the service, he's worked for a company where he was a maintenance mechanic on site there, and then he was then for MacTech. So like he's only been for MacTech, so he thinks that how MacTech works is how it works, and it's like,
it's not. It's not. It's communication and scheduling. You schedule a real service company got shit scheduled.
Scrappy DP says, leave here when I am up.
I mean, and that way they got a contingency plan. Okay, this week this person can go here, that group recur. I mean,
yep.
That's how we should be. We should be scheduled 4 weeks out, at least 3 weeks out, and that way everybody has an idea where they're at next week.
Exactly. Yep. But they won't do that because they're trying to like make priority customers, and some people get the priority and get their first serve, and some people don't. Some people get the back burner. And I think that they think that like that makes their business better because when they get to their priority people, blah blah blah. But it's like, dude, it doesn't make your business better. You're like,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it's not at all.
Yep. Yep. All right, man. I'll let you go. Hit me up, or I'll hit you up on Monday or something. Unless I hear from Mike before then. All right. Talk to you too. Bye.
Here's your birthday present. Let's go this way. Help throw if you need.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Laser sight here. Level 1.
Backpack here.
Charge rifle here.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Fair one. We're all inside this ring.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator on its way down.
Half the squads are already dead. Shame.
Need charge rifle ammo.
Got none for you, bro.
Come and get your birthday present.
But let me know if you see some. I may craft some over there.
Replicator here. Wait up, I'm crafting. We're all inside the ring. Good.
Attention. Kill eliminated.
Crafting.
Care package being delivered.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Can I drop my green coins for you or vice versa or no?
Green, what?
You know, like I only have 10 coins left.
10 coins? What do you talking
10 of those green things to get out of this fucking thing.
Replicator here.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, you.
No, you can't drop those.
I mean, we in up here. Holy shit, this thing's fucking crazy. This scope is weird.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown. Attention.
Enemy over there.
They're way over there.
No escaping me.
I'm just gonna take a peek because I got a long ass sniper I can use.
Care package over there.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close. Enemy spotted. Shooting. 45 seconds. Rings close.
We probably should ditch out. We let them know we're out here.
Rings around the corner. 10 left.
Attention.
Spotted a victim. Care package over there.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big dings in that. I'm spotted. Taking fire.
I did not know there was a team there.
Scrappy DP says, sorry. Scrappy DP says, GG.
I did not know he was taking me to a team. I thought he said there's a care package over there. Not there's an enemy team over there. What? Bro! You taking dives. These fucking Eeyores just be doing suicide dives on their own for no reason. Jesus, Mr. Eeyore. Check it out now. Eeyore's taking suicide dives. Why? Why you gotta do that, bro? Making me feel sad. Making me feel sad, sad. Oh, I gotta finish this fight. Oh my god, why is YouTube so... Why is the iPad only is the app that does it? Fuck them. Fuck your shit. Bum, bum, bum,
to the inside. Shots out. There goes to Black Talks for G. Perez. To the inside. Circling out to the inside. Shots out. There goes G. Perez. Let's see what happens. But that just really gives off a lot of confidence.
Don't you?
Why are they doubling?
First blood. Good thing it's not us.
I don't get it. What's the takedown? Are you taking down people in this weird ass fighting clock?
Move softly and carry a glut of firearms.
Rings fast. Capture it. We got 60 seconds.
We should move here. Helmet here. Level 4. Enough dawdling, children. The ring moves.
Evo shield here. Optics here. Close range. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Dibs. There's a care package coming down.
Hands right there, now take down. Now here what you see Perez calling for Bryce on the cut in and fight. He was staying in the middle and trying to fight over here. Renzo fights in the corner. Bryce saw this commotion for Perez. Now Please right now, just really try to focus on that right hand. If he's a one-handed fighter, I'm not sure if you're full.
I see a zip line over there.
New kill leader. Go on, watch it.
Maybe not outside. Force this is forward versus resident to the circle. You have to continue. Never think what now. All the work to the one to the inside.
Call that an oxymoron. Actually, just a moron.
The same boss stands making a sail as he comes forward to Perez.
Come again. birthday present.
Knockdown shield here. Level 4.
All the squads left, no time to be tired.
Hey, G, if you're gonna take softball, stay outside his lead lane.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Find out, right?
Watch their confidence fade.
And right here you can see clinch work being done. Paul's not been in this situation in a fight. So against a one-arm body, you would think that would be much more aggressive right now. You think it's going to be right now. They're both bench. They're not standing outside. But the fight is integrated against
Just giving my shields a reach.
Where are they? I don't know if they try to leave because they knew they weren't going to win that.
This era of outsiders and interlopers into combat sports, Bryce Hall took his weekends to agree with the most seriousness, choosing to train with the two black shit in the ranks of hunts. Either person will be but that's how I play it out. So you have to take one see Bryce Hall. Those things are the feeling of the boxing.
Both on me. There's one, sir. Yep, yep. I put two down. He's done. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
A lot of people said you were crazy to do this. The 7-sided bare knuckle round of fight. Bare knuckle rules. You chose one. Your first bare knuckle fight. How you feeling right now? Chief Perez, you earned all my respect. Man, you hit hard.
I'm hurting. Gotta use a Phoenix kit.
You gained 30 pounds to a slight. So you're fighting it anyway and still had the balls. I can't believe that just have to finalize this speech by saying, I'm a wrong, sir. I am a fighter and all this time of being fucking fun. Let me ladies and gentlemen. Huge win for Blackstone. He shows you not just a social media star who can get out there, he can like the fucking drive. Bryce Hall, a clean knockdown recorded over Chief Perez in round number 1. Latter stages of round number 1, Perez grabbed towards his shoulder and then immediately towards his elbow. And between rounds 2 and 3, it is a corner stoppage due to injury of that elbow. Victorious by way of second round TKO, Bryce Hall defeats Chief Perez.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death twice. I'm healing.
30 seconds, rings close. Here's your birthday present. Let's explore this way. Come on, listen up. Let's enter the spot.
Fear not, companions. The ring is near and closing in 10 seconds.
Focus. We're outside the ring, yet it moves all the same.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big Dane's in that.
Let's make a meal out of those eggs. Healing up. Getting a bit of hoe water.
Go and check it. Got some
healing.
Don't.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Got some sniper, extended sniper mag here. Leather too.
Being shot at. That head shield is cracked. There's a sick recharge.
Battery low.
Rings there, Cuzzy. Got a minute before she closes. Smart bullet fired. Smart bullet hit her foe. Watch their confidence fade. Being shot at. Ring ain't far. Got 45 before she closes. Recharging my shields, Cuzzy. The ring's near.
Contact with target.
This motley band could make it in. There's a sick recharging my shields. It's shooting at me. It's here. Wait them. Trails ripping through. Gives a sick recharging my shield.
10 seconds, the ring's just ahead.
Our foes will suffer the surge of outrageous force.
He's hurt. Hurt bad. Don't let him out of that.
Enemy here. Mess him up.
Shot at. You know it just us.
Being shot at. The nerve. Shredded that foe's shield. I've got him down.
Whole squad down. One more squad. Easy. See ya later, kill leader. Hold on, using a Phoenix kit. Patch me up.
Beginning
there already. 1 minute till ring close. Ring's not that far. Seconds.
How can I do that? I can't go out there. You what? I can't go out there.
Only 10 seconds left. Ring's not that far. "30 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Banner ring, not a problem. I'm spotted. Taking fire.
What's up?
Hey, to bother you. And don't even worry about it now. I wanted to personally take it. I sent you that message. Maybe I kind of want to give you here some good. If it like happens again, they may have you come in next week because I'm going out there to California to do that, for that MFA. But I just sent it to you, and I got like a blue section checked off on it. So, like I say, don't worry about it right now. It's your weekend, but just in case they have you come next week if it happens again.
All right.
It only did it one fucking time, dude. It's, and of course I didn't see it, so.
What are you talking about? The error?
Yeah.
Well, maybe what you did solved it all.
It just happened when I was outside. Apparently it happened, and I'm trying to have it recreated now, and it's. I don't know.
Oh, you mean it just happened again?
It happened one time. I haven't seen this since I've been here.
You're talking about this P16402?
Yeah.
Maybe send it to Ermac WhatsApp and see what they know about it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because that's the only... I don't know what 16402 means, but they might.
Yeah.
Unless it's like, hey...
They have shitty fucking illustrations for like alarm issues and shit like that. I noticed like what we talked about. Really bad.
And there's no resource for us to just look it up and see. That.
Zero.
Or like have like a customer support call center to like immediately have them like, okay, hey, here's what we're getting, and then you give us the feedback. Or even have like an electronic thing where you just enter problems and go down the tree.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah. Alright, well yeah, if they end up sending me there, they do. Yes, I was just like, send it to Ermac and see what they say. It's probably too late on Friday. They're probably not going to get an answer till Monday. But at least you can send it in there, and then or maybe if Fufuk looks at it while he's drinking later, he'll send us something back. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, even after this email, I'll send a lot of them like, hey, get hold of Armand said had an intermittent alarm that couldn't be recreated. Here's the alarm, and let them deal with it. I mean.
Well, they're not going to deal with it, but they're going to hopefully get back to us and tell us what to do.
Well, no, I'm just saying if I do the office, send it to the office.
Oh, yeah, well, they're not going to...
They claim they don't, you know, well, you know, y'all put behind and everything, and y'all got to make sure y'all let me know, too, and this and that bullshit, so...
It's like, no, well, I have one boss, so if my boss doesn't communicate with you, you're not my boss, don't tell me what I got to do. Like, that's why I tried to make it very clear. I communicate with my boss, and that's what I do.
Yeah. That's it. I'm not gonna play this.
I'm not gonna have to communicate 7 different people and then someone else blames me because I didn't communicate to them. No, I communicate to the person who's directly in charge of me. That's why I asked for that chart.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
It's his job to communicate with you guys if you work under him or whatever. You work alongside him or whatever. I communicate to him what needs to be communicated. I'm not gonna get reprimanded for talking to my boss.
Exactly.
And then him not talking to you or you not knowing something for because whatever. It's not...
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah, I'm just going to send off this email.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say send it to the Ermoxen WhatsApp group and then let Ermoxen... But yeah, send it to the office, but then also send it to the Ermox WhatsApp group. They won't do it. They won't do it if you don't send it now. Or they'll wait till Monday and they'll send it Monday, and by that point I'm already on site and it's too late. Yeah. That's I'm like at least get it. At least just like, hey, here's what's happening. Someone else may go back and visit them. Could you have any ideas about what this 16402 or whatever the fuck it is could be and how to resolve it? Please let someone else know because I won't be on California next week. Thanks. Goodbye.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Just so that someone can see it Monday morning when fucking Ermac gets there, and then maybe by Monday morning if they send someone there, whether it's me, Kent, or whoever, they at least we have an ant. Because otherwise, Megan and them won't even fucking look at that WhatsApp shit. Then they won't think that it's their responsibility. Then they'll get to it till fucking Tuesday, and then someone will have already been on site Monday trying to twiddle their thumbs, figuring out, you know, looking stupid.
But it's the problem. You know, I mean. And, you know, it's her crying wolf talking about, oh, well, I don't look at this shit. Well, that's not my fault.
Oh, and that is what we figured out was going on with Dan from fucking... Because when I got back, that guy let me know. He was like, bro, I just want you to know, like, I don't really have a problem. Like, my machine was down, and then Dan came out here and broke it. He's like, I don't want to be hard to work with or whatever, but...
Which guy?
The guy at both people, Daniel Sheehan and the other guy.
What, man? Let me see. Because he's getting out of here.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no worries. Bye.
I'm gonna call you back. I need to know that. I'll call you back.
All right, bye.
Energy ammo here.
Extended energy magazine. Extended light magazine here. Medkit here.
I need a hop-up. Turbocharger.
magazine here. Level 3.
Let's head that way.
We'll be well positioned there.
Okay.
Attention.
Who the fuck be messaging me? Because I have no idea.
Okay, so this.
Yeah. As I'm literally don't make a false statement. Fix this.
Al got your back. Remember me tell you.
When they fall, we rise.
I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
Introducing your champion.
Here we go. Ready up. Let's check out that way.
Well, what are you doing? Are you guys throwing? Do you want me to pick you up, or should I just leave this?
No, I'll pick us up.
Well, what are you doing?
Bro.
Are you fucking stoned? You already made me hate you. Don't land with me.
R99 here.
The ring is close.
Peacekeeper here. Not far from the ring, half a minute.
Let's go over there.
Syringe here.
Enemy over there.
Well, maybe don't go to him till you're ready to fight.
10 seconds, the ring's just ahead.
Maybe we go up and around.
I'm good.
Oh, okay, good luck.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
A champion has fallen. It was their time.
Might be something good that way.
Copy that.
Might be something good this way. Helmet here. Level 2.
Care package being delivered.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
Our dude is just running off like a maniac.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Careful, no kill leader.
There's no way he's not throwing at this point.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Be aware of the new kill leader. Target over there.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 4.
Might be something hostile spotted. My ultimate is ready. The hunt begins.
Shots coming by my head.
Check it. Got some materials for us. Calling in a lifeline. Contraband package.
Mind your distance. Opening a hold.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Enemy spotted. Opening fire.
Trust in the old father.
To avoid this area. Thermite grenade
There
out.
are Scotty to be found in this direction. Eyes up. Grenade taking damage.
Getting shot at.
Broken enemy's shield.
Using.
I cracked an Scotty's shield. But alive.
Got some
Recharging my shields.
of the squads left. You and
Throwing thermite grenade. Need to recharge my shield.
taking fire. Help drawn if you need it. Up and down.
Good job on going to that fight without me. Wonder what was gonna happen there. Oh my god. How dumb can you be? Fighting on 3-on-1, yo. And fighting 3-on-2.
I've seen the future. Now I just need to get there. Breathe easy. Watch your side and never quit.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
Introducing your champion.
You will achieve greatness. Just not in victory.
Good. I'm the jump master. Reckon we ought to land over there, dears. Get ready. Moving up. An enemy land. Heads up, watching here. I'm spotted, taking fire. Deploying air drone.
Put all on side up.
Let's go this way. Oh no, there's another squad
Charging my shields.
hostile right here.
Five boys are spitting at me.
Throwing in a normal. Look, I've got some.
I have been down. Enemy spotted.
No, I didn't enjoy it at all because these fucking dudes made me drop to the stupidest spot ever. Bro, can I play solos? Remember the solos.
So Linus Tech Tips did a video, and they talked about, you know, the current conspiracies on what they've been doing in terms of the GN, you know, video and all that kind of stuff. And they had the new CEO, and they had Yvonne out there in front, and they all talked about the things they were going to do. And that was fine. Like, the video came across as like, we're going to fix stuff. We understand that we've broken stuff, and you know, I don't think they're giving enough credit for the fact that they're genuinely looking into the problems that they have at the, you know, Linux Tech Tips. That they're genuinely looking into it as a, we gotta fix things. We gotta sort this stuff out. I don't think enough people are giving them enough credit for that. That they're reducing their upload schedule and all that kind of stuff. Like, I genuinely don't think they're giving enough credit for things they're doing. But I have a couple of problems with the things that they said they were going to do. You know, they brought out this video, and like, in terms of like, you know, this should have been their video where they were like, oh, sorry boys, really fucked up. And, you know, and that's fine, and that's amazing, and that's wonderful. But, you know, ultimately, when they said that, also, they had a couple of issues in that video that I wanted to raise. And number one was, like, I remember them saying, like, we're going to introduce a new workflow and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, right, you know, like, we're going to show that on Floatplane. And I was like, wait a minute, your entire audience is on YouTube. Like, this is where you make your money, from YouTube. Like, all of your revenue comes from YouTube. Like, your sponsors don't support you for the amount of views that you get on Floatplane. Your sponsors support you for the amount of views you get on YouTube. And I'm like, would you not just put that up, like, just for once, take the L and put it on YouTube? Like, I understand that they want to do Floatplane. Floatplane is exclusive. They have to have Floatplane as, like, you know, oh, we got all of this beautiful stuff over here. But genuinely, for the one time that everyone is saying you fucked up on your shit, could you not just put that one video where you're improving your workflow and all that? Could you not just put that on YouTube? Like, for me, I didn't understand that. I was like, wait, that was the first red flag to me. Like, whoa. Wait a minute. Like, I really look. People want to hear me say negative things about Linus. I really like Linus Tech Tips. I think Linus Tech Tips has done more for us as a community than any other community in terms of, you know, keeping the big guys in check and all that kind of stuff. Like, genuinely, have. But at the same time, I think Linus Tech Tips has done more damage than amalgamated others in the past, in terms of, you know, saying a 3090 was a good buy and so on and so forth. You know how I feel about the 3090. You know how I feel about the 4090. You know how I feel about a $1,500 graphics card in general. I think it's a stupid purchase, not to buy it. Genuinely, that's how I feel about it. But Linus Tech Tips has done the damage to the point where now a 4090 is considered a decent buy in this community. Like, that's what's happened. Right? Down to what I would consider Linus Tech Tips. Linus Tech Tips has said that a 4090 is a decent purchase. And so therefore, most of people would consider a 4090 a decent purchase. In this, remember, boys, other than, you know, 2018, It's 2019. We're in 2019. We've never gotten a flagship GPU over $700. 2019, we got a flagship GPU that was $1,200, and we all resoundingly hated it. But then there was, and you know, when the tech said it was not bad. Same good thing about it was not bad. Now,
What the fuck?
Take this loss with pride.
talk about when tech tips making significant errors in their, you know, reporting and in, like, you know, in the way that they report GPUs and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's what people want to report. All I want to focus on Linus Tech Tips making the 3080 and 3090 and the 4090, you know, a household name. That's what I want to focus on, because I think that did more damage to the GPU market than anything else. Like, I really genuinely think that did more damage than anything else. And, you know, these guys want to make arguments and fight amongst themselves, and Gamers Nexus wants to blow say negative things about the Linus Tech Tips, and, you know, Hardware Box wants to say that, but fundamentally, we're at a point where people have said in the reviewer sphere that a $1,600 GPU is okay for gaming, and I want to focus on that, because that's where we got there with Linus Tech Tips. Right, we did get there with Linus Tech Tips, and in my opinion, taking NVIDIA money. That's where I say that came from. Now, I can't prove that, and I can't say that was true, but I think that's where it came from. Linus Tech Tips taking NVIDIA money, sponsorship money, to enable them to say stuff like the 4090 is a good purchase, and the 3090 is a good purchase. That's where I think it came from. But anyway, so Linus Tech Tips, you know, did the whole spiel and blah blah blah. And the big one was, you know, they came out and they said stuff like, you know, that they're sorry, and they, you know, they're going to improve all these things, but they're going to put some stuff on Floatplane, which I thought was really unreasonable. And then what was really funny is, like, later on there was some LTT.com, and someone had to say it stuff, which I thought was really kind of tone deaf as well. You know, and they were talking about, later on, they were talking about sponsor stuff, where they were like, oh, you know, we could have put Floatplane on this one, we could have put Floatplane on this one, but we didn't, because, you know, X, Y, and Z, and we could have Floatplane, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what is this? It's this tone deaf stuff, like, stupid stuff. Like, why would you ever allow this into your video? Like, why would you ever allow any of this into your video, where you literally you're fighting for your life here? Gamers Nexus is one of the biggest hit you've ever been, or that you've ever taken. Like, you know, so many people are so angry with you. Got 3 million views, 3.7 I think at a point of views, and then their follow-up video probably got 5 million views of this stuff. Like, that's how shit you are, and then you decide to do things like make jests about how, you know, LTPS going like some stuff there, or like, you know, we're not like Gamers Nexus, and you know, whatever you can say about Gamers Nexus, and however you can feel about Gamers Nexus, they said we're not gonna monetize this, we're not gonna take any money out of it, and you know, people can say whatever they want to say about that. Well, of course you won't, because you're getting 3.7 million views, you have to do whatever you want to subscribers, blah blah blah. No, I think Gamers Nexus did the right thing. In terms of, we're going to hurt our friend here. We don't agree with our friend's thing, so we're not going to, when we're hurting our friend, we're not going to benefit monetarily from so we're going to do what we do, what we think is the best ethically for that specific way of dealing with our content. Literally, just demonetize our video, right? Where Linus puts out a video and they monetize the whole fucking thing, right? Meanwhile,
Don't come to
there's
me.
a previous
There's
employer
one on me, but
like,
he's alone.
talking about,
Oh, there's more there.
having
Yep, there's more there. There's more there.
harm.
Don't come there. There's three,
So
two,
I don't
three,
know
three,
whether
three,
it's
three, three on the box.
whether it's true or not. I have no business in knowing that. I'm just saying that's what a previous employee has said about lie detectives, and yet there's no, there's no talk about that. You've got Madison's soup on Twitter, who's talking about stuff that she had to do to get days off in line detectives, and all the stuff that she had to go through working there.
Care package incoming.
Let's go this way. Let's explore this way.
Enemy in the distance. Attention. Delivering replicator. Replicator dropping. Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way. We'll be caught outside the ring if we don't move.
Care package on high. Figures from the gods.
I need shields.
Shields over on that drop. Holy fuck, you guys got me back, bro. I have an Eva 8, no ammo.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Let's explore this way.
They're here. One's hurt on me. One down. Oh, good job. Nice try. Whoops, that wasn't great.
Light ammo here.
Anything that gets in my way.
Let's make some new friends and then destroy them.
Get ready. Today is not gonna be easy.
Introducing your champion.
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
You guys playing or not?
Let's explore that way.
Round one.
Map show is spread out a bit much. Evo shield here. Level 2.
An enemy landed near me. Their final mistake.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
I'm under fire.
Attention. First blood.
First blood on the enemy. It's just you and me, friend. Let's not die.
45 seconds. Rings far.
Here I go.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
We're never making it to that. I'm not even worried about that guy at this point, dude. I'm gonna craft his banner or something. There is no way. Like he's so far out there. What the fuck? Oh, waste of my time. It's not like this is ranked or anything.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Keep eyes on the kill leader.
Extra supplies over here.
Attention. Delivering care package.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down. Optics here. Close range.
Care package over there.
We need to craft this guy's banner somewhere.
Care package over there. Grappling. Setting up a zip. Let's go over there. I think we should move that way.
You're going the wrong way. Go craft his banner so that we can get him back up. Go to them little green things. Craft his banner.
Hostile over there.
Got some materials here. Check it. Got some materials for us. Got some materials here.
Crafting. 1 minute, friends. Picked up our friend's banner. We can bring him back.
Hit the jump tower right out of this. There's one that just took it.
Let's explore that way.
They try to destroy me, but I keep coming back.
Might be something good this way. Heavy ammo, rampage, heat shield here. That'll get you out of a jam.
Attention. The champion is eliminated.
A champion just...
Come down.
Don't go up there. It's ridiculous. Don't go up there. You're gonna get throttled if you go up there.
Hostile spotted.
Enemy in the distance.
Got you, ex-girlfriend. Though you're still a girl and still my friend.
Shield cell here.
Oh.
Let's check out that place then.
An acceptable selection.
Care package over there.
We're already in the next ring. Now we rest. This will suffice.
You're welcome. I love you too, but I'm not in love with you. Champion out.
Care package being delivered.
Standing by for care package.
Does YouTube feel different lately? Are you getting recommended content you're not interested in? Maybe even this video?
There. And I'm not saying that any of that's true or that she did that because I only have one side of the story. But genuinely, there was no address towards that. As far as I could see, there was no talk about that. As far as like, nothing about that. It's all about Gamers Next and what they did. But yeah, at the same time, decided to say stuff like, you know,
Sure don't like these energy guns, but I'll take it if that's what I got.
Making jokes about it. You know, making jokes about the fact that they would get, you know, what was it, that case manufacturer, I can't remember the name now, you know, that kind of stuff, and how they could put those in sponsors. I think even Yvonne made those jokes. I think they hit pretty poorly, and we've seen the new CEO, and I think he should have shown his face pretty more sooner than he did. But I genuinely felt like fair play to them for making that video, but it just was tone deaf, genuinely tone deaf. And I don't want to sit here and make fun of minors. I don't want to sit here and make fun of LTT, and I don't sit here and make fun of all the things they do, because I think they genuinely are net positive for the industry. But that video,
10 seconds, the ring's just ahead.
like it was like 90% was like, wow, that was so cool. But when there was cringe, it was unbelievable cringe. Like, wow, how did that get in there? Cringe. Like, you're fighting for your life. And yet you're putting in stuff like LT.com.
There's a care package coming down.
Like, I just like, whoa. Like, you know, and once again, Madison, I don't know what story from Madison I believe. I don't know whether it's like completely like never addressed people that didn't happen, but genuinely talking about Grace talent. She's made a deal about it, and all they could have said is previous employees have made specific, you know, whatever. We're going to 100% go with true. when that happened, and then go and sort that shit out. Like, genuinely, that should have been addressed. Because that's awesome. In a thing that I worry about. Anyway, that's been me, boys. Consider liking the video if you liked the video. If you didn't like the video, dislike the video. But if you liked the video, tell me what you think of the video. Grab TikTok, but don't wrong. Press the button. Stop recording. Talk to the next one. Whatever. Because we're not funded like LP by, you know, all the different methods that we are 100% funded by you. So if you like the content, consider it a super chat or a super thanks, or you know, a super coming to Patreon, or you know, donating in the next live stream, which will be probably by the way, boys, and my normal Sunday live stream is going to be on Mondays, and my wife's birthday is on Sunday, so I'm going to go out to Monday. I appreciate you all. I'll talk to you next one. Press this button to stop recording. Bye 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 bye.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Hostile close. Let's target over there.
Both places.
Hostile spotted.
Found my mind. Caught like a rat in a trap.
Lucky us, we are already inside the ring.
Help draw if you need it.
Reloading.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Here's your birthday present.
Recharging shields. More friends are coming to kill us. Another squad.
Got another squad. Armor.
Firing.
Recharging my shields.
Enemy at that location.
More friends are coming to kill us. There's another squad. Opening fire on the enemy. Reloading. I am repairing myself.
Beginning ring countdown.
I am taking fire, friends.
They will be bound.
Recharging.
Target close.
1 minute. Building.
Fire. Opening fire. Enemy field cracked. Recharging field.
I am taking fire, friends.
Reloading.
Ring is close. Less than a minute.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Enemy far off. Let's put you in a bind. 30 seconds before the ring closes. Use it well.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
We have opening fire on the enemy. I am taking fire, friends.
Enemy shields broke. Help draw if you need it. Recharging my shields. Rings moving.
I am down.
Delivering thermite. Taking fire. I shattered an enemy shield. Down.
Contact with hostile.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
Eliminate the enemy.
Looks like aiming isn't your strong suit.
Sorry.
Shield battery here.
respect your elders?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
My squad is my family.
This is your champion.
I'm the jump master. No straying, no.
I don't care about peak time and hours. I pay for my electricity. I use my electricity when I want one.
I do this for those who came before. Destroy them with decorum.
Avoid that. Pop that close. I'm going over there. Enemies drop down near me. Deploying headstrong. Enemy down. Just a skin. 1 second. Sharing is caring. Reloading.
Rings nearby. 45 seconds until it closes.
The ring's near. Even this motley band could make it in 30 seconds.
Kill leader.
New kill leader. Eyes out for him.
Got an extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
Additional foes assail us.
Rings around the corner. 10 left.
Firing. Once more into the breach. Reloading. I'm another squad. By the gods, I'm down.
In progress.
Listen up. The ring's moving.
We are not alone. Look over here.
Idiot with him. Go there. Now.
Grenade coming in.
Lost. I'm down.
I'm bleeding out.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down. I'm getting taking fire. Patch me up, Joe. Patching myself up again. Just giving my shields a recharge. Sorry, beautiful. It's not you. It's me.
What's going on? I want to make a small video about a small device today. And that's not an insult about this thing. Small things can be great things. But I've been sitting here in the studio with the Rode Streamer X for a couple months now, and my opinions have wildly varied depending on the time. At first I thought it was really cool, then I didn't like it for a little bit, and now I'm going to tell you what I think about it. Get into it. Hey, so the sponsor of today's video not only wants to help you edit your live streams into clips and compilations for free, they also want to give you $25. More on that at the end of this segment. Sizzle.gg is free, and it's a great way to make YouTube highlights and compilations from your YouTube or Twitch streams or just local gameplay with absolutely no editing or software needed. Just sign up for a free account, link it to your Twitch or YouTube channel, and then Sizzle watches and analyzes your stream and uses video and audio cues to find the best moments of your streams and cut them into compilations for you. It's pretty wild. In fact, their software is so sophisticated that you can even filter your highlights by kills, headshots, knockdowns, sniper kills, and victories. When you select one of your live streams for Sizzle to edit for you, you let them know what game you're playing, and then it just does the rest. Then with one click, you can share it straight to social media platforms. Enjoy your free content, helping you reach a larger audience and grow your following. I spend so much time on this channel encouraging you guys to work smarter and not harder, and this is one of those great tools that lets you do that. And as for the $25 giveaway, Sizzle is going to PayPal 2 of you that sign up for a free account today. It's free money, so go sign up. The link is in the description down below, and start getting some highlights and some clips, and maybe get $25 for whatever you need $25 for. I don't know, skins, battle passes, help with some new gear, whatever you need. But let's get back to the Streamer X. And I'm not going to talk about specs. There are like 20 videos already talking about that. I just want to talk about what it is and what it does. Then I want to talk about 5 of my favorite things about this that make it stand out. And lastly, the most important question, who's it for? Good conclusion, a wrap-up. Let me explain my thoughts. But thing number 1, what is this and what does it do? This is like an all-in-one device for streamers and or just regular content creators. It's an audio interface, that's obvious. It's made by Rode, that's what they make. So it's got a high-quality preamp in there for you to plug any microphone, even some high-gain microphones like the Shure SM7B. You can plug it in without a cloud lifter, you're totally fine. It's got some interfacing on the front, some volume knobs, even some soft buttons for activating, well, a number of things. Get into that. And then also, it is a capture card. And that's what surprised me the most, because I still don't know how I feel about combination devices. But you'd be able to plug in a camera, even a 4K camera that they can capture up to 4K 30 and pass through up to 4K 60, or even a current generation console with high frame rates and variable refresh rates. But that's about as brief of a summary as I can give you. Let's get into my 5 favorite little details. Thing number 1, something that Rode's been doing a lot of lately, and I think is really, really cool, I'm surprised no one else is doing this, is that they have, well, I was going to say 2, but you can actually see 3 different USB ports. One is powered, so we're not going to count that one, but 2 of them are actually USB ports that if you want to use this on a dual PC setup, you can plug them both in USB. No messing around with aux cables going from this line out to this line in and this line out to this line in, and sometimes you need a ground loop noise isolator if you're getting some hiss in there. Like, don't worry about any of that, just USB both ways. And then it just works. As someone who's used a Rode device on 2 PCs before, it's surprisingly easy to get it taken care of. They just both show up in Unify, the Rode software. So good on you, Rode, for making it easy for those remaining dual PC users. I know there are still a lot of you out there. Thing number 2, the capture card is actually really good. And not only just in like quality, like I watched a bunch of videos of YouTubers that went back and forth between internal capture, which is always going to be a higher bit rate, and using this to go into OBS, and the colors were almost identical. It's a very high quality capture card. But now I gotta find like all the maximum specs for this. Okay, here we go. So what's supported here? What can pass through here? If you're using like a gaming console and you go through here as a capture device, what can be used? Hey, Future Harris here. I'd actually previously filmed an entire segment on everything the capture card was capable of doing, and that was a like 2-minute segment of just resolutions. And so instead, here's a table that Rode supplies. This is everything the capture card can do. Pause it, screenshot it, whatever you need, and let's just skip that part. 2-minute segment of just resolutions. And so instead, here's a table that Rode supplies. This is everything the capture card can do. Pause it, screenshot it, whatever you need, and let's just skip that part and move on to the next part of the video. Thing number 3 is that their unified software allows you to plug in multiple Rode X devices and merge them into one system. So let's say you're going to stream with a friend, you bring this guy, he brings his Rode X, XDM100, the dynamic mic. You plug them both into a PC, they both show up in the Rode X software, you can control all of your mixes, you can hear all the same things, but control your volume separately. It's very powerful mixing software, obviously coming from their podcasting background, which is great. Thing number 4, this is where things start to get interesting. This thing has a presentation mode. If you're on a Zoom call and you're sharing your screen, you can turn this thing into something called presentation mode, where the soft buttons become essentially PowerPoint controllers. See these little arrow buttons here? They can switch between different slides and stuff, and I don't remember what the other pads do, but basically it's pre-configured to control a slideshow for presentations, which might not be what you're watching this for, but I think it's kind of cool. I never learned PowerPoint, and there was never a day where I was like, if only I learned PowerPoint. Just never happened. And now the last thing, number 5, this is where it got a little bit beyond me, but these things can output MIDI. And if you've never used MIDI, that might not mean a lot to you, but there's a lot of software that can utilize MIDI. In fact, there is full-on automation software that allows you to, cool. I never learned PowerPoint, and there was never a day where I was like, if only I learned PowerPoint. Just never happened. And now the last thing, number 5, this is where it got a little bit beyond me. Things can output MIDI. And if you've never used MIDI, that might not mean a lot to you, but there's a lot of software that can utilize MIDI. In fact, there is full-on automation software that allows you to capture MIDI buttons and control anything with it. So there's this one video by DSLR Video Shooter where he used that to control his lights, to launch his apps, to text his wife saying he was live streaming, to launch all his streaming apps with a single push of the button due to the MIDI stuff. So if you want to get nerdy on this thing, they made it so you can get nerdy on this thing. But I guess most importantly, who's this for? Like, is someone going to buy this? And this kind of made me rethink my thought process around streaming. I used to be very web devices. Generally, you combine this thing with this and capture one of the 2 problems. First problem is usually you don't get a great product of either. It's just kind of okay on both ends because you have to make sacrifices on one to fit the other. But I've had to come to terms with the fact that I don't use gear the way a lot of other people use gear. Like I use this for a couple minutes and I was like, I can't control my music volume, my game volume, my team volume, my microphone volume all separately. And I have to remember that not everybody wants to do that, and that's okay. As someone who runs a gear channel, I'm so used to picking up a piece of gear, or in this case, thank you, Rode, they sent me this piece of gear, trying it for a little bit, then combining it with this piece, and then upgrading this piece to this piece. I spend so much time swapping out gear that something that's just kind of an all-included thing stresses me out a little bit because it's so unflexible. But really what Rode made here is an end-all device. For the people who don't need all that crazy audio stuff, they just want to make content, they just want to go live, and they want something that does everything at about, I'd say, an 8. This thing is fantastic. Great audio quality, great video quality, great control. You can even plug in a wireless microphone, the Rode Go, or the Rode Me, I think is the other one, and you can connect that to this for like wireless lav. It does just about everything that an above-average user might. Rode made here is an end-all device. For the people who don't need all that crazy audio stuff, they just want to make content, they just want to go live, and they want something that does everything at about, I'd say, an 8. This thing is fantastic. Great audio quality, great video quality, great control. You can even plug in a wireless microphone, the Rode Go, or the Rode Me, I think is the other one, and you can connect that to this for like wireless lav. It does just about everything that an above-average user might need. So just to give an example, I can not only plug it in and use it for streaming, but let's say I use a camera that has a 30-minute record limit on it. Well, I can plug it into this. Now I can use my microphone and my camera for Zoom calls, but I can also record in OBS my videos as long as I want, and now I have my live streams, my Zoom calls, and my YouTube videos taken care of by a single device. And while it's not something I'm going to be adding to my main setup anytime soon, I do sometimes travel to my parents' place for a week or 2. This might be the thing that I bring. Like, if I ever wanted to go somewhere for an extended period of time and do anything, I can't think of a better setup than this one that I've currently got. So look, combo devices have their place. Some people, this is not even an option for them, and I get that. And for some people, this is exactly what they're looking for. So take a thought. Is that a thing people say? It's a thing I said. It's a thing we're going to say. Take a thought. Let me know in the comments down below. If you don't have any thoughts on it, just leave an emoji, because you've been watching this long. Just give me some engagement, help the video out, and hit the like button while you're down there, because you obviously like the video. You're still watching. Hope you found this helpful at all, and as always, happy streaming.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Oh, someone got the party started. Well, what do we got for me today? Good stuff, I hope.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Making contact here.
Aye.
Firing. Darn, shots fired and they're hitting me. Send in a decoy. Wait.
Battery critical.
Broke the shield now.
Reloading. Found an enemy.
Just a wee scratch, dear. I cracked that hooligan shield. Reloading. Autobot, away an empty right here.
Reloading. Oh, that must have been the last one, because no one's revenging or whatever.
Massage here to save the day.
On your feet. Lifeline's got your back. Hair thrown if you're needed. You hear that? Just giving my shields a recharge. Shields recharging. Just a second. Healing up.
What kind of gifts you got for me? I always like a good present.
Recharging my shields. Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
What you do, buddy? You just take my stuff? Why you keep closing YouTube app? What is wrong with you? go to subscription, see what's on the list now. This one.
Tremec says that he lost 90 million gambling.
I'm so pissed.
I mean, I really don't need to.
Bro, my vault is at 18 million. I just lost, like 6.5 straight. I'm so sick.
The fact that wasn't a max win on Ted was.
Bro, Jesse, I'm down 90 million underneath RTP. So I'm owed 90 million just to break even on RTP. Like, oh, I'm sick.
I don't know how.
Ludwig calls out Valkyrie for a treatment of vape.
I planned this lobby for him because he wanted to do a drinking stream, and he triple booked tonight.
What the
hell? Yeah, so he's not here because he's busy. We should send him a strongly working message.
I should have failed it.
Told him, I was like, making this again. You're making the next lobby. I'm done.
You said that to him?
I did. And I was like,
Yeah.
you're making the next lobby, Abe.
No, I should
Abraham.
consider it of you. I heard he's not going through much recently.
Shut up. That's... Let me tell you. First, he is doing great. I'll have you know, he's doing fantastic.
Crazy, I know.
XQC breaks extra Emlyn.
Okay.
Jan, a man of fortune, and Jay must seek my fortune. Henry Avery's 1994.
That's not funny. He's just so stupid.
Kik confirms unique platform currency. Kicks.
It's nothing confirmed, but do you have any updates on Kicks?
Yeah, so it's still a Q4 project for us. Timing on that is not changing.
Yeah.
And essentially, it's a platform currency, not too much different than what some of the other platforms are offering. The thing that's unique about Kicks on our platform is that they're interchangeable between content creators and users. So being able to send Kicks from me to you, you being able to send Kicks to your chat, I think that's something that's revolutionary, and I'm really excited about that.
That's huge.
Perfect timing for an IRL streamer.
Maybe Sparks? Yeah, that's probably Chris Sparks. It's an eternal flame. I don't need that much. So this is my cave birds.
Will be asked for doggy style throws from an in and out.
Can I get a double with raw onion? Can I get doggy style fries? And oh, is that animal style? It's not doggy style. That's not it. What, okay, is that animal style with the cheese and
cheese, green onion, and
okay. The doggy style might be like. Oh man. We'll take animal style.
Come on. That's Myung's favorite Hollow Eye bird.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, Myung always talks about ground pounding. That's her favorite. Ground pounding your mom.
Great detective Watson Amelia.
That's her thing. She says that.
She wants to pound your mom? I can't
Well,
believe you said that.
No, I was repeating. That's what she said.
I couldn't believe you
That's
said
what the
that.
messenger said.
I did not believe like who said that. I never thought you would say
You
that.
guys
I've
not
never
fans?
heard him say, I want to pound your mom.
As we go on content creation.
It's like with a lot of these like big YouTube channels and stuff. Like there's such a pressure to like pump out videos very quickly that a lot of times quality is sacrificed, and people are like there's a lot of pressure put onto people, and it's really hard to meet those standards, and it's hard to be able to do that. So it's like whenever you grow and you do that, not that hard. Well, I mean, how do you know, right? I mean, you're a nobody, so how would you have any experience? As somebody who understands it, it is hard. And so that's why I'm talking about it.
Streamer responds to dating and followers.
It's like I could see it as an option, like date, but like that would be like a backup. Oh, well, if I'm still single and bored, even that's when I'd go for it, you know. But like, I think there's like probably somewhere.
Name's curious about the red button.
What does the red dangly thing on the handle do? Oh, this? What does that do?
Well, I think I know what it does now.
They call zombie cosplay.
Yo, Trent. Oh, fucking Trent. Man. I had
Tears for
died
Years says, y'all broke.
Look how happy Asmongold is.
I feel like this guy is really good. The chicken. Let's get the chicken. I'm gonna buy this guy. He's gonna be Nuggets one day.
Then he shows how deranged the TV used to be.
And the walls were always plain. And I remember I used to scribble on the wall, and my father used to take off his leather belt. And I used to get, in those days, a good hiding. And I never wrote on walls ever again. And it taught me a lesson. But I remember these barren walls that used to be in the bedroom. It was rippled magnolia. We used to live...
He's being funny.
They were that thin. You could dip your bread into next door soup. The rooms were guttering on the inside.
Europe's American diet.
He's not doing more. What the fuck, bro? No, for real.
American diet? Hey! That's all I got. 8 tacos.
Squeaks is doing a tier list of everything.
Blob emojis.
Destructive double matrix. I think blob emojis are worse than 9/11.
Got a skin bag out there. I'm Jumpmaster. Better follow me if you want to die last. Time to kill. Sorry, you're part of the play. Why not? Enemy landed over here. Can't wait to see them bleed. Enemy landed over here. Can't wait to see them bleed.
Attention. First blood. Round 1. Beginning countdown.
Broke a rival shield. Getting shot. Fella's got a death wish. Firing on him. I'm down. Pick me up. 1 minute, my friends. Ring is close. Enemy down. I'm taking fire.
I'm down.
Too risky.
Every decision counts.
You are terrible at We were in Charlotte, and one fan just wouldn't shut up. It started during Evan's set. Any lawyers in the family?
Intellectual property.
My dad actually has a great relationship now, very connected. But he also has a great relationship with his 4-year-old son. I don't think you guys can tell us like looking at me. I'm a little older than older. During that set. It's like, damn, this house balls. You made it sound like it was a little bit of a cautious concern. It's like, see, this is how you walk. Of course, the standard is the temperature, except it was a resort. It was like 7. It was weird. He said it. But the thing is, you feel like it's 7 is hot. 7 years. Thank you. Yeah, hey, what is funny? Okay, man, we got to. I'm gonna write my first song, which told me, and just sing up. And she'll say, well, together. I was like, dude, what was that? Okay, well, the different person also wrote me. Together. I was like, dude, what was that? Okay, well, the different person also wrote me. Come on now. You guys like drugs? Like, you want to know right now? This, no drugs. It's weird to get high and be productive, but I love that. Okay, I think you want to tonight. You got it. Thank you again, Miss Table. Started my set by warming up, and that worked for about 15 minutes. You show? Some of you guys are doing a good job. Some of you guys don't understand what life theory is. I don't recommend you make me be the one who teaches you. Oh, right up to song in the alarms. No, I just folded the novel. Not in the song. Just fucking phone it. You know, drug dealers and their alarms. I love that question. It's like, when I drink the water, I'm wondering whether or not it's ice. Or you're like, that's probably water. What? What is it in the freezer? Well, same table. You know the here to be right there, so you were right. Yeah. Could you take them with you? Thought that would be enough. I was wrong. My point is, Katrina was a disaster. You said lower. Here's where you stop. You are both performing it and understanding it. This is where you stop. Okay. Katrina was the name of a hurricane. Just to explain everything. So the name of a girl I had hurricanes after women. What I'm going to say is not Katrina. And I know that because it's a different word. Her middle name is actually Hope. Even our parents were like, this one goes wrong. If it was a low jump post, that'd be a get. If it was a low jump post, that'd be a get. And yeah, these both praying. I referenced that in a joke shortly after, and that actually got them to be quiet for the rest of my set. But then, during a March pitch. These collector's patches, they're murder patches, still frames, some of my favorite viral videos. Like this one says, I hope you're at home. There's like 2 more lines there where I normally explain this to you.
I heard them, but they backed off to heal.
It's fine. Yeah.
Pick me up here and get to me.
See you at the game show. Yeah, I've seen it all day here. Name something you find in the kitchen. On board, the next person's like, light purple. During Q&A. Who else has a question? But they tried to ask the question anyway. So,
okay, do you understand how crazy it is to have an intellectual property lawyer next to people without intellectual property? Oh, it's a fake.
So you know that's my man's suggestions of where to get the latte. But you don't know enough to know that this has been a terrible idea the entire time. He just heard the latte joke and was like, that's the one that stuck with me. Which is night. Let's not have a latte. Since I've been here, come tomorrow. If you'd like to know where I am.
Apologies.
No.
You know that there were resource stories, insurance stories at the bottom of Jack Daniel's box. That's what
So, you know, nothing makes anything. And also this one. You said, oh, she's drinking James and now Jack Daniels. Well, that makes the joke funny. Say it again. Yeah. One thing that we ran into. So there was this intellectual property. That's signing clients.
What really makes me mad is that he's such a fan. He's like the evil master that I've been studying in my head. And now it's my turn. What are you? I'm supposed to be doing what I said. I heard when you hear all of it, you don't know where it's coming from. You just hear it. And usually, when I come out here and something happens, I just see red. Fuck is that? But I didn't. We changed very quickly. And so I was like, I don't know where that was. And then the first 15 minutes of my set, I don't see anything. I was like, oh, my goodness, they've just bought the crap. Now I was like, I don't know where it is. They must have just fucked with Brett.
Go bamboozle.
me up, bro. Why you running past me?
I won't be clear. I love my fans.
I'm leaving, just so you know. Get up and get out.
Questions ready for the Q&A. I'm happy to interact with you then. But please, please, just let us work. Thanks for watching and sharing this video. And thank you for following me on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and everything else. If you want to watch videos like this before anyone else, check out patreon.com/Steve Hofstetter and come to a live show. I am touring just about everywhere. You can get tickets and see where all my shows are at stevehofstetter.com. Thanks for watching. You are
It has been a long time since we talked about signings that had not involved a platform like Kick. We're talking about Twitch/YouTube streamers, and this one actually being done quietly, and the first one I think we have seen for a major re-signing with YouTube with someone who left Twitch to join the platform. We're talking about Dr. Lupo, who quietly on stream just quickly announced to his chat, hey, by the way, I have re-signed with YouTube. I am here to stay for another 1-year contract.
Oh, by the way, chat. I just wanted to make sure that I was okay to talk about this. We went ahead and re-signed with YouTube for another year. So you know. You got me for another year. Better fucking enjoy it. I wanted to double check, make sure I could tell you. But yeah, we re-upped for another one, so I ain't leaving. Just so you know. I'm not gonna do like a post or anything about it. Or there's no videos, no announcement, shit, anything like that. This is the announcement. I just wanted to tell you. Lupo's moving to YouTube. Yeah, chat fucking popped off real quick there. Yeah, we're going another round. Only one though? LOL? Darwin experience. How long is yours? How long is your contract? Okay, cool.
And this is a bit different because Dr. Lupo actually signed back in 2021, so we believe his contract was set for 2 years upon initial signing, which he also joined with some other big names, most notably someone like Tim the Tatman, also joining YouTube around that same time. So some questions might be, you know, is Tim considering a re-signing to YouTube? They have to be enjoying his viewership and his time on the platform as they did with Dr. Lupo. So will he be re-signing for 1 year, maybe 2 years, or will he be maybe making a big platform move like Kick? I think a lot of people think Timmy Boy is here to stay on YouTube, and I would tend to agree with that. And also, Lupo, the quick fire back at someone who actually had the balls to question only a 1-year streaming contract. Lupo is still doing pretty well compared to most of the other YouTuber streamers that I have seen personally, consistently holding usually 3 to 5K thousand viewers on YouTube. Seems to be a pretty fair feat, especially someone like Lupo, who was not up there with the levels of Tim the Tatman when he signed with YouTube. That is probably better than what they expected with his transition, and still very unique, I would say, for the YouTube audience. He's an older audience, definitely more of a mature, stays out of the drama type beat guy, and also, ever since Fortnite has gone back to the love of games like Tarkov, which I still feel like most of the YouTube streamers are not playing the genres that he plays, and he fits that niche very well. So congrats to Dr. Lupo being one of the first that we have seen to quietly re-sign with YouTube. Will there be others? Will they leave back to Twitch if YouTube doesn't want to re-sign them, or will they go to platforms like Kick? We will wait and see. Also, someone out there we talked about recently just this morning, that being Dr. Disrespect, he does not have a YouTube contract, so will he stay? Will they actually sign him now that they have his viewership numbers up there with Tim the Tatman? Who freaking knows? Okay, till next time, take care.
Back off.
Drink up. Bye.
30 seconds before the ring closes. Use it well.
Recharging my shield. Recharging my shields. 10 seconds. New kill leader, as our phone. Reloading. Rings moving.
Enemy shield cracked. Reloading.
Check it. Got some materials for us.
I'm under fire.
teammate's banner.
I'm fencing. Anyone passes through here? We'll know. Putting down a fence. We are not alone. Look over here. We are not alone. Look over here. I defeated an adversary. We're one step closer to I'm in trouble. Last one down. Yeah.
Good work.
New kill leader. I'll make sure they don't sneak up on us.
Captured some materials.
Merci.
Take note of this.
Calling in a lifeline package. Come on, mister. Say hello.
Let's go that way.
Get in our door. I'm leaving either way.
One moment. I'm crafting.
Going bad here. Now this is my ride. Hop in.
My ultimate is prepared. Do not slow me down.
Ducking out here. Deploying health drone.
Yo, get back on my health drum, bro. Where you running to? Why are you not healing up on my health drone?
It's the other guy that needs it, not me.
Oh, my bad.
Adequate.
I'll get you in 20 seconds, brother. Oh, you got... There's a fight out there somewhere.
Making contact with enemy.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator dropping.
You guys want to go this way or you want to just go on down the line?
New kill leader. Surely you can take the title from them. A new kill leader. We have our target. We're close to the ring. We have 1 minute.
Materials for all.
Crafting. Hold up now.
I found some materials. Sharing is caring.
45 seconds and a nearby ring. We strategize effectively.
got some materials here.
I'm crafting.
Crafty, no?
30 seconds till enclosure.
Extended heavy mag, yeah. Level 1.
Open supply bin here. I soldered an enemy's shield. Reloading. The entire squad falls. Aim higher. I've been downed. Unacceptable. Enemy. Let's regroup. Enemy on me.
Care package being delivered.
Throwing up star. Looks like a care package is throwing thermite grenade. Thermite grenade out. Thermite grenade out. Quick line and I gotcha.
An enemy is healing here.
Taking fire. Reload. Come on, say hello. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Behind us, behind us, behind us. Shit.
Target there. Enemy far off.
Beginning ring countdown.
Turn off ourselves, YouTube? Yeah, probably. Yeah, there you go. No, close the app for some reason. Hey, we don't want to use the app.
Where do I feel like a lot of these problems sort of stem at LMG? I feel like it's pretty obvious. It's the speed at which they're moving, which is ironic, because typically people have said we move quick as a small team, but we don't put the pressure on ourselves to be like daily uploads on every channel every day. We don't have that level of pressure,
yeah,
if you will.
Our team is like, what, 30 times smaller than Linus is?
Yeah,
like that, yeah. So
maybe more.
To give you guys
maybe
perspective,
more.
yeah, 30 to 40 times smaller than
Yeah, but I think it's just that. See, I did not intend on talking about this today. I really didn't. I just want to stay in my lane, which is to talk about tech that I'm interested in. But I cannot help the fact that this is what people want to hear right now, and I have no doubt my words in some way today are going to be used against me.
And I have no doubt.
But all I'm
my
trying to
words
say
in
is
some
like I
way
can't.
today are going to be used against me. But all I'm trying to say is like I can't speak to their thoughts. I can't speak to the why they are where they are. I have no idea. I'm not privy to their inner workings.
Yeah.
You know, at LTX, I think I might have had less than 10 minutes of conversation with Linus the entire time.
That's the exact reason why I don't know Linus anywhere near as well as Luke, is because like he's a busy dude. You know what I mean? His time is like he's everywhere all the time.
I want to say the video they put out regarding their each department head response to how they're going to try and prevent issues in the future. I believe it's genuine. I do.
Agreed.
Of course, anything that comes out is going to be labeled damage control, and to be fair, it is damage control. It's damage to the community. It's damage to the brand. It's damage to the reputations of their brand. And yes, it is damage control, but if you accidentally start a fire, do you go, well, I deserve this fire, let's just let it burn?
Exactly.
Or do we go, let's put the fire out and let's not do what made the fire happen again?
Because like, what really is the difference between damage control and the first steps to fixing a problem? Like, they're kind of both the
But
same,
to be honest,
right?
on the flip side, and this is going to be where I think my words might get used against me, I think people were waiting for a reason to be outraged. Because Linus is number one in the PC space.
Yeah, it's really easy. It's really easy to.
And you know, I
pick on a big target.
hate to really just quote The Dark Knight, but the only thing people love more than a hero is seeing a hero fall. And when the Joker said that, it's true. People are on your side until finally they're just like, I want to see what happens when we die. You know? And it's like that's why every comic book hero in Marvel, even if they were just dream sequences or something, has been killed at some point because they want to see how the audience responds to the death of a hero. Now, I'm not calling Linus a hero. I'm just saying, like, you have the hero, you have your anti-hero, you have those that are going to be against the hero no matter what, just because of their nature. I think a lot of people were just waiting for any reason to dogpile. Now, I cannot speak to, and I will not speak to the Madison claims because I don't know her. I don't know the team that she worked for. It's my understanding this was as much, 2 years ago that these claims happened. I feel like the right move was launching an investigation. But at the same time, I've seen some criticism saying, well, they hired their own investigator. Of course, they're going to find in their favor. That's not true. But I think the optics look... If it was a third-party investigator... It's like that wasn't hired by LMG, but also not hired by Madison. Who's gonna hire the investigator?
Yeah, right. Because like, that's no one's involved anymore.
Right. Because the moment you find out LMG is paying for the investigator, there's gonna be those that'll be like, no matter what the outcome is, you can't. Can you trust it? It's like a grape juice company funding a research project that says drinking grapefruit or grape juice will make you skinny. Do you trust the results because it came from a very biased source?
That was like constant in like the 90s, huh?
Yeah, grape juice.
Yeah, and like big milk too. Like milk was. I remember that getting pushed.
But my point is, like, I feel like it's a move in the right direction, but you know, again, it's like, is anyone going to trust the outcome, especially if the outcome is favorable?
Did you leave me?
I'm not in that situation. I've never been in that situation. I have zero experience in that situation, so I have no idea what to say or think about that. Yeah. Other than, like, I've had a lot of people write me and be outright demanding that I report on it, to report on the tweets that were put out. And my response to everyone has been roughly the same. Would you expect a due process if the allegations were against you? Would you expect everyone to dogpile on you and beat you up? Or would you hope that everyone would want to wait and see what the investigation and through that due process brings? Now, someone has to initiate the due process. You know, the bottom line is, I feel like the processes are there for a reason. We have to trust that the processes are going to be utilized. And that's all we as third parties that were not there can do. Because so far, the people corroborating are ex-employees as well, which you could, on one hand, say, oh, of course, an ex-employee is maybe disgruntled, but would a current employee risk their job saying anything? So there's so many immeasurable influences in this whole situation. It's unfortunate. It's been depressing. We've had meetings about it ourselves because we've had brands reach out to us even wanting to talk about it. And we're like, whoa, the brand relationship between you and me has nothing to do with you and Linus. That is, there's nothing to talk about here. It's just, it's unfortunate that the amount of people that are expecting us to take a stance, and what that stance is, I don't know. All I can say is it's depressing. It's disappointing. And by depressing and disappointing, I mean all the cited information that accuracy was not important enough to reinvest time and energy in.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's one thing that I know I've done, it's make a lot of mistakes, and I at least try to rectify those mistakes when possible. And this isn't me standing on a soapbox now with the vision of 2020 hindsight a week later seeing what people are saying. It's just the way we've operated, and we've been making changes, and I hope people at least recognize that. It's one of the reasons why I pulled back from trying to do any sort of like reviews that are any deeper than surface level, because I understand that my strengths are not in drilling down into the nitty-gritty of specs and testing claims and all that sort of stuff. I'm not equipped to do it both intellectually or equipment-wise.
Yeah.
Now, we would like to get to some level of that, but in our attempts to do that and having it blow up in our face has made us go, okay, we need to rethink this. And that's because of our obligation and how we feel, what we feel we owe to the audience. Now, I know a lot of what I just said sounds a lot of like, okay, well, you know, you're saying what you're hearing everyone say about Linus, but I don't know if people will take your word for it, but we've talked about this long before this happened. So That's it. It's upsetting. I only know them as people. I don't know them on a company level. I've never had a company relationship with LMG, so I cannot speak to. Oh, and the other thing I want to talk about too, which is brought up quite a bit, is my tweet regarding reaching out to Billet Labs. They did respond to me. Obviously, right now they don't have anything to send me. They did say that they are absolutely willing to work with us when they're ready to show something. And I just feel like as a water cooling enthusiast, I would have loved to have looked at whatever it is that they had to show. I can't fault them for going with what seemed like the biggest exposure. And I guess maybe ultimately at the end of the day, they got a whole lot of exposure out of the, and not that that was ever a motive for them, but it was like just a happenstance that the situation led to, with egregious breakdowns of communication internally, led to a situation where their name is now everywhere.
It's kind of like a, what is it, silver lining or whatever on the cloud? Isn't that the phrase? I don't know.
The silver lining is, I think, referring to jackets or something. But anyway, no, it's just finding the silver lining, which is there's a positive to any situation.
Yeah.
And the positive there. And how do we keep that from happening to us? Just as much as it.
I'm sorry, did I change the volume and so you wanted to pause the live show?
That is
That's a firing.
community oriented. Yeah. And if enough people were like, hey, you're being a complete disservice to the community, and the community includes brands, like what happened with the Billet Lab situation. I can understand Linus's immediate emotional response because this is my life's work, this is life's work. And I think people who've been around here long enough know I've had a very emotional response to criticism in the past. And I hope people have realized the last several years that hasn't been the case, because it really took a lot of maturing for me to no longer take a critical comment straight to my core, which is what I used to do.
Yeah, same.
I used to take a critical comment like straight to the fabric of my being, which was not doing anyone any favors. It wasn't doing myself any favors. It wasn't doing mental health any favors. And I think the last few years I've made a real solid effort to take criticism when valid, and then I think that term itself right there. I'm not determining what I consider as valid criticism. I'm taking how people respond to a public criticism and what they say in response. Like, let's say someone says, Jay, your 4060 Ti review was complete garbage. Not to throw you under the bus, but we're a team. You gave me your notes and I okayed them, right? I did not see the talking bits, but I saw your notes and I okayed them, and I was distracted because it was vacation time finally for me and the family for the first time in years, and I was very distracted by that. And I did a disservice to the community by not putting myself in a proper consumer perspective to gauge value on that card. And what did I do? I took the card down. And I said vacation, that's not right. That was the laptop video you did. I just had surgery. I was recovering from surgery.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, but the vacation was the laptop one in April, where we just were like, we were sad that it didn't get a lot of views, and you really had fun making that video. But I digress. I no longer take criticism personally like I used to. And I would really hope that those that are in the chat that have been there in the past when I was just like, I'm not taking shit from no one. I'm just gonna smack back. And you know what? That was way more tiring than just going, you know, this guy probably has a point. So I enjoy where I am now, and it's just depressing to see our community basically get a civil war. I don't mean something like this creator. I'm talking about the because when this stuff happens, armies form on the street. They start fighting each other over Steve's motives or Linus's motives, or this person said that, and it's just, that's not. I don't want any part of it. I firmly believe all of us tech creators do what we do, we love what we do. We all try to provide something unique from each other, and I don't personally find any of us in competition.
Yeah.
So
I hate when people like act like that. You know what I mean? Like there's like, oh yeah, I love your videos. Like I never watch Linus because Linus's videos suck. It's like, dude.
Isn't that more like blind loyalty at that point?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's fanboyism. But it's like it's super annoying when, it's like they're putting somebody else down that you know in that space. You know what I mean? And it's like, and you know them as a colleague.
I'm seeing a lot of
them as friends.
I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat that were like, they're not nearly as upset about the errors in the videos, but the way that the response was.
Yeah. I agree, especially with that forum post because it was just.
Could you imagine if Cable Mod, with the whole melting?
Oh yeah.
Imagine if they were just like, well, you didn't push it in all the way. That's your problem. No, Cable Mod went above and beyond by taking responsibility for the card that they didn't need to, but there's an example of a above and beyond type of
let's get a move on,
and
mate.
caring more about the
Sprouting
community.
gray hairs here.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say other than the fact that
We're winning this.
I've known
For the
Linus as a
cause.
person for a long time, but I do not know him on a personal level. And this is not keeping safe arm distance from a problem right now. This is the reality.
Yeah.
I know Linus through conversation that we've had while having lunch during Scrapyard Wars, or being to LTX a few times now and getting a chance to have dinner with him while 30 other people are there, etc. I do not know him on a personal level. I don't have a solid read on the guy. I don't think many people really do.
I could do
but I
this all
believe
day.
that what they said in their video, and what I know of the team,
I do this for the
chatting
rush.
with them outside
The
of work
fines
environment,
or just a bonus.
I believe that they're genuine in the fixing of the procedural problems, and
I'm the jump master.
probably a good idea for maybe
Let's show these fools why their
Linus's
parents never loved
posts on the forums to maybe be pre-read by someone other than himself. But could you imagine being in a position where you own the company and everything you write has to be edited? But you know what? What does every large company have to do before anything public gets written by anyone? It goes through a lawyer. And you know what? You become large enough to a point where that you either need to just step away from it or allow somebody else to proofread your stuff.
And it kind of
comes down to Terran at this point. Terran Tom, he's the one that's now going to have to keep Linus on a maybe less is more right now in terms of we all know, like Luke said, he has not, and I feel bad that Luke has taken on the responsibility of being Linus's handler, but Luke said himself that he's not done a good enough job keeping Linus from driving himself straight off a cliff.
Direct quote from the video, but yeah.
It is direct quote.
Yeah, it's like, and it comes kind of full circle to that responsibility thing, like the size begets the responsibility. Like stereotypical movie quote, right? But like, great power, great responsibility. Great viewership, great responsibility. Because that viewership equals a lot of, it does equal power, it equals influence.
I think that's
as
one
much
of
as
the,
we hate that word.
I think that's one of the things that's matured.
Let's go this
where Nick needs to jump in the conversation. You've known me long before YouTube, and you've seen in the early years where I would get really tilted and really salty with negative comments. Right? You've seen it affect my mood like through the day, kind of a thing.
To a point where I also embraced it and just went along with it.
Right, and then we were just pissed off all the time.
Yeah.
But I think as the
I
channel,
did not know these guys during that phase.
No,
this was pre-Phil.
It's why you got rid of your Twitter.
Yeah, that's why I dropped Twitter, because I just realized it made me angry all the time.
Every time you open the app, you're just like annoyed.
It was honestly the equivalent of trying to play Modern Warfare. Like, I can't go to bed happy playing it,
Yeah.
So as soon as I stopped playing the game, I was happier, and I could go to bed happy. Because if I go to bed angry, it's just going to carry over to the next day.
Yeah.
But that takes a lot of strength too to like acknowledge that.
But I think what's changed for me personally is one of the ways that I became much more receptive to criticism is that I started recognizing and really respecting the level of, and I hate the term, influence that I have. It's important to try and get it right. And it's important to listen to what your viewers are saying. Now, it doesn't mean that listening to your viewers makes them right. There is plenty of constructional criticism, tweets and comments and emails that we get that are very well thought out.
Some high-caliber accessories.
But the problem was those were easily ignored because I lumped them in with the "you're fat and you suck" type of comments. But I got really good at parsing those out and then reading the room. And I'm happier now.
Got a date with me, myself,
and I think maybe
it's a lucky ring.
I think maybe some of that was lost. I literally tensed up to the point right now where I just pulled my neck. I think so.
You haven't done a drink.
I think some of that has been lost.
You get here by winning. Good luck.
With LMG, you know, and I think they're trying to fix that.
Like they kind of forgot a little bit about like the responsibility that comes with that big goal.
But I'll tell you what I don't appreciate, though. I don't appreciate that I immediately was put in a situation here where
You didn't expect this from me, which
it's
is
like
why you lost.
imagine you watch two people fighting outside, and
You
a crowd
didn't
forms,
expect
and everyone
this
turns
from
and
me,
looks at you and says, "So what
which
do you
is
think
why
about this
you
fight?"
Yeah, basically.
Answer us. The people want to know. I don't really want to talk
creator
it.
is, do you?
So you're okay with this fight then? It's like I'm just minding my own business, and suddenly sides are forming about the fact that I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
And it's how is that? I don't understand how. No, silence is not complacency.
Got one here.
It's not. The Madison thing. Like I said, what am I supposed to say about that? I don't know. I was not there. This is 2 years ago. There's a process that has to be gone through for this. And I'm sorry, but I do not believe in guilty until proven innocent. I believe the process must be gone through. Now,
Shattered an enemy shield.
I know there's a lot of people that might say that's easy for a man to say. I'm not going to get into too much details, but I'm going to tell you right now, my wife was a coordinator for a coordinator for our county's sexual assault survivor services, where she went out as an advocate and went to hospitals and courtrooms and was holding the hand of sexual assault survivors to give them the courage and the strength to come forward. No one understands as close to being in that situation as I do, and seeing what my wife went through for 10 years, being in that position, the amount of weight that it carried, the amount of issues and courage it takes for anyone to come forward. But at the same time, giving someone courage also means the courage to hopefully let the process unfold properly. Now, we would be talking now social problems if we go into the where the process breaks down, and that's not the conversation we're going to get into right now. And I understand why someone in that situation may not have come forward with that information 2 years ago. I understand this. I can't go into details, but I can tell you right now, it's ugly, it's potentially criminal, and this is no longer their videos aren't accurate. It's not criminal. I can't comment. So anyway, I hope the first 27 minutes of this stream has given some insight to where I am on this, and the reason why. That's all I'm going to say on it. If you want to know my position, just rewatch the first 27 minutes.
Yeah, I said it.
With that said, oh wait, I think people were going to agree. Enough is enough. I'm not talking about it no more, okay? No.
Everyone agrees.
That's very loud. We actually had topics.
Yeah, we did have topics.
I like how your first one's about drama.
I'm the kill leader.
Almost kinda.
They should have stayed out of my way.
Oh yeah, it is kind of. Yeah, you're right. It is kind of. So when Jay told me that he watched The Matrix 4 and actually kind of liked it, it piqued my interest a while back.
Matrix 4 is different than the one that just came out?
That is the one that just came out.
The one that.
Oh, are we past the statute now where we can talk about it?
I mean, I'm making it.
Pretty sure we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I just.
It's been more than, like what, 2 years?
Yeah, I finally watched it because.
It took me being on an airplane where it was on the plane to watch it.
Yeah,
and then when you told me, because I was planning on never watching it, and then you told me that you actually kind of enjoyed it, and I was like, oh, let me check it out.
It was interesting how they continued the story.
Yeah, it was. But like, so the video on YouTube that I had watched that made me watch Matrix 4 was kind of paralleling it with Freddy Got Fingered, which is hilarious.
No, I've seen Freddy Got Fingered once and I don't remember it, and that's why I just keep saying, Daddy, would you like some sausage? Because it's the only thing I know. Oh, and him like putting the mouse in his, like eating the mouse, or trying to eat the mouse because he was supposed to feed his snake, or his friend's snake.
But the reason that movie was so insane and ridiculous and crazy was because, like, they didn't want to make that movie. And so
Freddy
that
Got
was,
Fingered?
yeah, and so that was their
Who's
take.
they?
What's his face?
Here's where I get off.
Tom Green, yeah. Him and like the production crew.
That seemed like right up Tom Green's alley.
Yeah.
That's the irony, right? And so, They
Oh, sorry. Someone corrected me. The mouse issue was road trip, not video. Sorry, Tom Green is Tom Green in every movie, so it's just hard to separate it.
So they didn't want to make the movie, and then so because they were being forced to, they were just like, okay, fine, let's just make a really stupid, ridiculous, like most like outlandish movie, so that way, like, no one will watch it, no one will enjoy it, and then like the studio will lose money because they'll have to produce this for us, right? And they're funding it, and so it actually did lose the studio money, and then so that's why they were paralleling it with Matrix Resurrections, because it was the exact same story.
Did Resurrections lose money?
I don't know if it broke even.
See, I think we talked about this in a previous RTFM show, and I think it was before our hiatus, where I was like, I'm reserving judgment.
It lost 30 million. 190 million budget.
I'll try to craft your banner, buddy.
I wonder how much they paid you to reach.
Yeah, right. And so yeah, and it was one of the Wachowskis. I forgot which one of them, but when they were first approached to do the project, she was just like, "No, I'm done. We wrapped the story up, dude. You know what I mean?" And then so.
Trinity's dead.
Yeah.
How?
They're all.
Neo died. Neo died. How?
Yeah.
But they do explain it in a Matrix appropriate way.
Yeah. and what I loved about that movie was the whole in-movie plot about they wanted to do the exact same thing, but with the Matrix video game, because now the Matrix Matrix Resurrections is a video game that was written by Thomas Anderson, and then it was like a super popular trilogy.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, and then the whole they brought him back and they're forcing him to make a fourth sequel, and blah blah blah, and the I love the bit with all the game devs and they're just like, what did everyone love from Matrix 1? Bullet time, blah blah. You notice the only time they use bullet time in the movie is they flip it completely inverse. Now you're seeing it from the computer program's point of view, and how slow Neo's moving, and how he can't get to the bullet and that sort of stuff. And I love that they were just like, okay, fine, we'll make a Matrix sequel, and they literally they inverted everything about it. You know what I mean? Like the whole, it's not even really about humanity or what is real in the beginning.
No,
it's just like, LOL, they're making Neo write another sequel to the Matrix.
Right. Which is but for those that haven't seen the movie, and remember again, if you haven't seen the Matrix Reloaded, or what is it called? No, Resurrections. Because it's Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Revolutions, and then Matrix Resurrection. I know they're all R's.
Yeah, they're all.
Anyway, shut up, Phil.
But I digress.
What is the firmness level of said
No,
R?
we've already talked about all that stuff.
That wasn't even an actual mistake by him either. It was just.
That was a mistake.
It was a mistake, but it wasn't like he didn't.
Yeah, the casual use. You know,
Yeah.
I've thrown my own fair share of firm R's. This is a clip from LTT. You guys are gonna watch it.
Yeah, I think it's called Linus Almost Destroys the Company, which is a very ironic name now. But
the company is not destroyed; it can recover.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving forward. If you guys aren't aware, past the statute of limitations now. If you haven't seen the movie, my bad. But anyway, Neo in the movie is a game developer, and basically
known for a trilogy of games called The Matrix.
Right. But it was Neo and Trinity were reinserted into the Matrix, because what they found is that without them balancing that equation that the architect initially talked about, it caused people to reject the program. So they gave people choice, as they had to agree to, because he saved the machines, and then they had to save Zion, and that was the agreement. Give them the choice. That was the agreement.
Yeah. And the
people were rejecting it, and when they reject the program, they were dying. And so they were just like, okay, the only way they found balance was to they basically brought Neo back to life, like life-saving measures, etc. Reinserted him back into the Matrix, and did the same thing apparently with Trinity, which.
And there's an interesting social commentary with that bit too, because Neil Patrick Harris's character says specifically that what we found out was that you guys generate more energy when you're pissed off.
Yeah.
Or just worked up in any sort of way, and so that was the whole plan, was keep Neo and Trinity close.
They had to get close. Their energy was close enough, but they could not come in contact.
Yeah,
they could not.
Because then they would figure out
because
pay.
as they became in contact, they started having these flashback memories of
their old
1, 2, and 3.
life,
Yeah, so it was
actually
it was
surprisingly
good.
good of a plot. Yeah, I actually didn't.
I just loved it. I was like, oh, of course it's a game developer.
Yeah.
It is creating a game.
But like then when you look at that part again through the lens of like, oh, this is just what's her face super pissed.
But I love that
at
Neil
one of the
Patrick
things.
Harris's or NPH's character was close to Neo because he was his psychologist.
Yeah.
It was a way to keep close tabs on controlling him.
Because they called him his actual program type was handler, right? Like he was Neo's
Handler.
handler.
Yeah, and he was basically like above the architect at this point.
Yeah. Well, he
developed
he's
this
the
new
architect.
world.
Yeah, he's the architect
Of the new world.
Yeah, this is like version 8 or whatever now.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, no, I dug the movie and I thought it was like that YouTube video that I watched cracked me up that you could even parallel that movie.
Gotta be bad guys
Very
making voices.
similar stories of just like
Ghosts aren't real, right?
creators
There's a
kind of
replicator
rebelling
here.
at being forced to make something that they don't really want to make.
Yeah.
All the way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So
because he did not want to be a part of that project.
Yeah.
He did not want it. He was like, I'm done. He didn't want to keep writing it.
yeah, I just love that.
But
like,
but
so
they
many-
also have everyone in the world playing his game.
Yeah.
Right? Because
a bad
everywhere
guy.
he went, oh my God, you're the blah blah blah. And he was like he was like a celebrity everywhere he went.
I love the little twist too of the modified digital self-image because he looks like Keanu Reeves to us.
Yeah, but he looks
to
like
no one
someone
else.
entirely
Yeah, he
different.
looks like the ironic thing is the dude that plays the real image of Keanu Reeves' character in the mirror is actually Carrie-Anne Moss's husband.
Oh really?
Yeah, like the fat old balding dude.
Yeah.
That they call that in the movie. So it's like that's the irony because. And then
Scrappy
the Chad
DP says,
that's married
"Thanks."
to Trinity or Tiffany, right?
Yeah.
In that is Chad Stahelski, the director of John Wick.
Scrappy
series.
DP says,
I
And
didn't
also
know
his
that.
name is
LFG.
literally Chad, which is hilarious.
See, that's why they lost money. This cast was way too expensive.
I just love that a Chad got to play a Chad for his.
You know, one of the things.
Yeah, I actually went to Alaska.
Funny that we
Yeah. But like
airplanes, the place where you could watch a movie you didn't want to pay $10.
yeah, but legit, my brain shut off. I'm like, okay, it's Matrix. Like half the storyline I didn't get because I was like winding in and out of sleep. But I woke
That's
up.
the worst thing. Wayne movies.
Yeah, but I woke up for the action sequence. Like, all right, this is cool. Then I just kept watching it.
Yeah, I thought it was well, but one of the things that I ended up watching. I always bring entertainment on a plane. Like my house is always full of movies and shows. Like when we went to Indianapolis, where I watched like 15 episodes of The Expanse.
I know. Yeah, like you left on season 3.
Two. No, I left 2.
And then you came back at the end of
Season
season
4.
3.
Yeah, no, I came back to episode 2 and
And
season
it's like
4. But anyway, I went. You know what?
in Matrix 5, the machines killed.
Oh no.
That's how they tie the
It's
universe.
not just a program. It's not just a canine. Anyway, you know, I
It's
looked at it
not
this
a
way.
companion app.
If they got Keanu Reeves back, he had to have seen something in the script. And maybe he just saw a really fat check. I don't know.
Yeah.
But at the end
Could
of the
also
day,
be.
oh man. I mean, it was a good movie though.
Yeah, I actually didn't. I didn't hate it anywhere near as much.
I've
as
only
I
seen
thought
it
was.
once.
Yeah.
Whereas I've seen The Matrix 1 like 50 times.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind watching Resurrections again. Honestly.
Resurrections was my favorite one though because it had so much action.
If I ever
Wait,
let you down,
Resurrection or
it's probably
Resurrection?
because I grew a bit tired of
We'll just
carrying
Oh,
you.
sorry.
We'll just use the numbers,
Revelations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
Revelations was
Three.
all
Three.
about
Yeah.
was all about defeating the Smith program.
Yeah.
Because it was self-replicating at that point, like the entire world. And that was the reason why they made the agreement to, hey, spare Zion and I'll destroy Smith, because Smith was taking over the entire machine world, like the whole Matrix, not
was-
the
he
machine
was
world, but he was
literally
taking
like
over the
a virus.
Matrix, and by taking over the Matrix, he was gonna basically destroy their power source, you know, like because humans were batteries, right? They were Duracells. So, yeah.
Yo, copper
Yo.
That was the slang term, yeah.
We've talked about this a million times. Regardless of whatever a
hope you're
person's
buried in a more
status is on religion,
respectable
we are
outfit
in a
than that.
simulation. Even if you're religious,
most likely.
even if you're religious, this is still a simulation.
And that simulation is telling me
Now is a good time to reflect on what
That is
brought
so
us
unprofessional. I want Steve to make a video about this.
Well, hey, be careful what you wish for.
Oh, that's enough. People have been like, there's a lot of people that have been like, Steve should totally expose Jay. You know what I told Steve? Go for it, because I could use the advice. I literally told him that. But anyway, Steve and I have been in a little bit of contact since all this went down. Just want to point that out. But I don't know. Well, I'm gonna move on to my topic while he's gone, and then we'll jump to yours. But so I had a meeting today. If you guys are interested in hearing about some of this in the future, I have been discussing what is happening at ASUS with ASUS. We actually had a meeting with ASUS today. So full transparency, we are continuing to be in communication with them, and we are definitely in a holding pattern to see if changes and stuff they talked about and policies and stuff unfold. But one of the things that we just kind of got talking about as enthusiasts is the amount of effort they put into aesthetics. So aesthetics always bring up an interesting conversation when it comes to PC parts, because and I said pretty parts cost more, right?
Yeah.
How important are aesthetics to you when it comes to, like, say, a PC build, or even like you're building your drone, right? You've built custom drones. How much are the aesthetics and how it looks and stuff important?
I put it at a very high on the top 3. I'd say 2. Aesthetics is second place.
What are the 3?
It'd have to be like.
So there's gonna be value, right?
Yeah. Well, bang for buck. Yeah, value.
There's aesthetics, obviously.
Aesthetics, and third would probably be like, does it even like durability, like quality?
So it's kind of like the 3 things that we weigh when we look at a product is: does it do what it's advertised to do?
Mm-hmm.
How well does it do it? And what's the value? Now, the word value itself is completely subjective.
We're all
but
inside the ring. Good.
From our subjective point of view, does it hold value? So the question I posed to Nick was, in my discussion with ASUS today, we just sort of, at the end of the conversation, sort of enthusiasts discussed how important are aesthetics. Right. So what role does aesthetics play in your buying decisions on whatever it is we're going to be talking about?
It's such an interesting topic because I
like that we have all.
Wait, he's talking. He's actually talking.
Oh yeah. I have the talking stick. It's actually
he has the
really interesting.
The talking tape.
Oh yeah, cool. I'll take that. it's interesting because I made a recent purchase that was basically aesthetics first, and then function came after.
What was it?
Wheels.
For your car?
Yeah.
You bought wheels?
Yeah.
He's growing up.
It's not for the fit. It's for the Z. I got.
How long till you curb him?
Let's not do that.
I only had to bring it up because he curbed his SSR.
Starts it again and then it hits.
The remote starts it into a curb.
It's going on the Z. It's not going to the fit.
No, that's what I'm saying. The fit will hit the Z's wheels.
Oh no. You still put that on me.
Are you willing to say what you got, or is it a surprise?
Yeah, I got Advent RG3s.
What?
Yeah.
I pay you way too much.
No.
Actually, the road is.
What Z does Nick have? Nick has a 350Z HR.
Yeah.
2008, right? 7. Yeah, he's an HR.
Yeah, so
when he played Need for Speed Underground 1, Melissa was like super. Oh wait, no, she has Skyline.
She's in Underground 2. You get the Z.
Oh yeah.
I believe it was Rachel.
Yeah, I think Melissa was the Skyline, right? I forgot.
No, Eddie was
Eddie's
the Skyline. Melissa had that weird Honda Civic.
God, that was like a whole person's life ago.
Someone asked if it's the new Z. I could see you buying a new Z.
No.
Really?
I don't like. I mean, I like the aesthetics of the new Nismo, like the bumpers, like the vents are functional. There's actually pass-throughs, but I don't think it's.
Hi.
Yeah, Malco got one. I mean, you get a chance to at least look at
I got to look at that
Tabry,
one.
how was
They're
school?
awesome in person. I don't think I would.
What'd you do?
What is happening right
I
now?
don't want another one.
Yeah.
In that sense, and if I were.
How did you forget already?
I'm still very much on the fence over Type R or an Overland.
Calling in a
See, I can see you in both.
package.
I really can.
Yeah.
I can see you. But
I can see him in Type R more than those.
So for those of you wondering, like Nick has a Honda Fit right now that's like modified and on suspension. And what are your wheels? You have raised.
It's stock. No, ground lights.
Yeah, it's stock, dude.
It's stock. It's stock.
I mean,
it is
carb.
It is stock. Hey,
carb.
did that ticket come in the mail yet?
I already paid it.
Oh, okay. Anyway, you guys don't have to worry about what that was all about. But anyway, but I mean, it's on suspension and has some carbon aero that's peeling.
I think it was tastefully modded.
But you toyed with the idea of buying a Type R earlier this year
because I was fed up with both of my cars at the same time.
Yeah, and right now they're treating you okay. Yeah. But my point is, like, you toyed around with the idea. But what I was going to say is, I think the number one thing that you're enjoying right now is like 38 miles.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because
totally.
you know, no matter what you buy, you're not getting 38 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, because I mean, like that 38 miles.
But I love
to
the fact that I can race your fit on my Trek bike and probably win.
Yeah.
Probably. But like,
dude, we gotta do that. My hybrid Civic versus his fit versus your bike.
I mean, we know I'm gonna lose, but by how much?
If you make
Oh yeah, he has a talkie tape.
Oh, yeah,
Wait.
Thank you. Well, like I like the ability. Oh my god. No, I don't want to throw it at. I don't want to hurt him. Oh, thank you. But yeah, like the 38 is nice, but it's also still fun to drive. With the added bonus of like giving me the ability to think about on the fly, like, do I want to go out this far, like for a weekend? You know, like do I want to go last minute concert, which I did this weekend.
Yeah, but these are not things to think about with a daily. Do I want to go to concert?
Yeah.
Like this is. This is a unique conversation now. This is completely pivoting from my question I posed to you, but explain yourself.
How far is a concert? Can I make it back at a reasonable hour after the concert to make it to work on time the next day?
What does that have to do with what car you're driving?
Oh no, well, the MPGs, like the fact, well.
If you have to spend 5 minutes refueling, it's not like you have an EV to sit at a station.
It's just like a range thing. It's a personal day, like, okay, well, how long is this gonna take kind of deal.
I literally have a truck that gets like 7 miles to the gallon. I've never once had to plan my route based on that mileage.
Well, you do that. I do this. So.
Did you guys know he keeps like a spreadsheet of his gas mileage?
Only
I
on
used
the
to do it.
only on the fit.
Still,
the irony is I used to do it on the golf.
I'm like, what the heck? I'll see him get gas, and he's like,
yes.
I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm recording my mileage.
Do you use Fuely, or are you actually just doing it by hand?
No, I'm doing it by hand.
I'm telling you right now.
Fuely.com. Fuelly.
I should do it.
But, yeah.
Does it tell you? Does it calculate cost if you put in how much it costs?
It calculates everything. So all you do is type in.
I want to do that for like all 12 of my cars.
Yeah.
That way I don't have 12 cars, but just because
he has 11.
12th is in the mail.
It's on a boat coming from Germany.
I know, because I'm such an Audi like shill now.
It would be funny though.
I have 3 Audis.
To track, because it does graphs and everything too. It's basically MSI after.
That would actually be kind of fun.
That would be cool. Yeah.
No,
that's what I was doing with the Golf.
I understand why you do it now, because you can actually, like, that was a loud slap.
Yeah.
You can actually calculate how much it costs to operate your car that week, right? So I know for a fact, like, you were comparing driving style, if you will. So I kind of want to see now, like, the RS6, right?
Just
like
how much
putting around, not putting it in sport mode, not launching the thing everywhere I go, not say, look how cool this pool is at 80. Like, 1 week of driving like an Audi owner, and then a week of driving like Nick. And see, like, what is the cost difference? I really feel like I should do this.
That would be funny. Yeah, like Fuely, you just type in how much you spent, how many gallons it says on the thing, and then it does everything else. And then it logs it for you.
Fuely.com.
Yeah, and then basically, and you type in you reset the trip odometer every time you fill up, and then you just type in that number, and then it does the MPG calculation.
Well, my Audi already asks me every time I get in the car when it fills, do you want to reset? I say yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Your Audi also tells you that MPG too, but
ironically,
but
the RS6,
nice.
ironically, the RS6, which is a big old wagon, only has a 16-gallon tank. It's a tiny tank.
What?
My R8 has a bigger tank. So it's like, okay.
The Pacific has a 10.5 gallon tank.
Meanwhile, my Ram has a 23-gallon tank, and I'm just sitting there for like an hour. I had to fill it yesterday.
I filled up with you once, and I was sitting in the passenger seat, like,
What's
bro,
taking so long?
seriously? And I look over, I see triple digits on the price thing, and I'm like, okay.
Well, you've noticed here in California, we're creeping up to like $6 a gallon for 91 again.
Yeah, that's a statement, because I noticed, and I get like 40 MPG on a bad day.
Yeah, you have a Civic Hybrid. Yeah.
If I'm noticing it,
I like how Phil's biggest complaint about someone cutting him off is, I just slowed down and I watched my gas mileage dip.
True.
My gas mileage dipped to 38.
It's wasted Delta V, dude. You're burning my freaking gas for no reason.
It's momentum you have to make back up.
Meanwhile, in the ZL1, with its like mods and E85, if I go to the trip meter and then suddenly I see 10 or above, I'm like, woohoo! Because it's like 8 to 9 normally.
See, that's the thing though, is that like Because I kind of drive depending on what car it is, right? Like when I borrowed my friend's Beamer for like a Wooster Fest once, and I drove like a complete asshole because it wasn't.
It wasn't your car.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a Beamer.
No, it wasn't because
it comes with the with the emblem.
Hey, what
like
did
if I was driving your ZL1 and somebody cut me off, then I would just go around.
What I love, look, I'm gonna tell you what a douchebag I am right now. People can flip this. This is perfectly fine because I'm owning it right now. There have been times I'm making a lane change on the highway, and I'll go to make the lane change, but the Audi has the like it wants to keep you in your lane, so it will literally fight you. I'm just like, instead of clicking the blinker, I'll just like force it over. I'm like, no, I am choosing to be a Euro douchebag right now, and I'm making this lane change. Whether you want, so from the driver's perspective behind me, it's like.
You're not sure of
because it gets a little bit in your face, like the Audi. So the AMG.
You feel the ability of using.
I will own a Beamer. A Beamer. I will own a Beamer. About as the likelihood of owning a Beamer for me is the same as owning a Mopar. Okay, and that's zero.
Wow.
That is zero.
Okay, that's fair.
So,
if no one wants to own a boat for the land, and you can just get an actual boat.
like my follower that has like 1,000 or 1,500 horsepower Hellcat or whatever he has that in like a C3 that's also like 1,200 horsepower. He was like, yeah, he's in Texas, Oklahoma. He's literally part of the Oklahoma underground racing stuff, right? So he was like, any one of my cars, which one? I was like, well, I'll take the C3 because I have a river for you to race a boat on.
That's funny.
Ironically, the Hellcat was probably slower than the C3.
I mean, I've mentioned this on our DFM before, but yeah, my guilty pleasure with my dream car is
Really?
Yeah, for some reason. I really
you would look as ridiculous driving that as you do my truck.
That's the worst part about it. Like, imagine if I was getting out of your truck.
How much GTA have you been playing? Like,
no, honestly, that was part of it too. I like that. Franklin's car is like a 4-door Challenger, basically. It's like a Charger, but it's longer and it looks more Challenger. Yeah, anyway, I really like the lines on that car, and
I like the lines. I do like the lines of the wide body.
It was John Sabal's wide body on air with the SSRs. That was.
You lost me at the
John Sabal's.
Let me see.
No, actually, you kind of lost me. At the
But I mean, that would be such a Phil Challenger build.
I'm being canceled now.
Because of the Mopar.
At least I didn't say I use hard R.
Yeah.
God, I need somebody to put that in there for reference.
Oh boy.
Only what your future can be.
That's not a wide body though.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was.
No, that's not wide body. It's very clean though.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what I would do.
No, to be fair, I
just would look ridiculous getting out of it because it's such a big car.
My issue with Mopar, my issue. This is gonna sound terrible. I'm sorry, but my issue with Mopar
it
isn't
doesn't have real tornadoes in the edge.
My issue with Mopar.
No, I don't drive a Ford. No, I'm kidding.
And by Mopar, I'm referring to modern Mopar, 392s, Shakers, Scat Packs, Hellcats,
Mopar baby. Woo.
Even TRXs. Let's lump them in there too. They're the same buyers.
Yeah.
It's not the car, it's the owner. Okay?
The same can
We've
be said
all
about
been
Z
to
owners.
enough Cars and Coffees, car shows, car meets, etc. We know exactly what to expect when a group of them roll in.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't understand what it is about that car and cars, right? The Challenger, the Charger, the TRX, the whatever. I don't understand what it is about. I think, honestly, it's just Dodge's really good marketing at being a rebel. You know what I mean? The only thing they're missing is a Confederate flag on their advertising. I'm serious.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, we all know the Mopar, the general Mopar crowd. It's like, look, when I say Corvette, did you just think of a gray-haired guy with a button-up shirt and a folding chair with a plaque showing all the stock parts on his car sitting at a car show?
Yeah,
when I said Corvette, did that image pop in your head?
I got the jorts and the white New Balances.
New Balances.
Yeah,
and the knee-high socks.
And the trying to shove the golf bag into the into the trunk or the front, depending on which car.
But you know, that's one of the reasons why I ended up getting the R8 and not the Z06 when I really wanted the C8 Z06, because I went, I will not be able to escape the meme.
Nope.
I'm a gray-haired, middle-aged white guy who already wears khaki shorts.
Yeah, you might as well just get New Balance.
Might as well just convert to jorts while you're there.
No, he gets a vet, and it literally comes with New Balances. Like they're freshly wrapped in his size already.
I would like to order a Z06. Certainly, sir. What size
the fuck is going on?
Should you wear? What?
Introducing the new collaboration between
New Balance and,
yeah,
and Chevy.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Maybe when I have a midlife crisis and I start getting more gray hair, I'll get a Challenger, just because it'll be at least appropriate for the time period of my life.
But circling back to the main question, what how important are aesthetics?
So I think
everyone
it depends on what you're buying, right? So computer parts, obviously, it matters to me.
Yeah.
Functionality is just as important as aesthetics, and I know if I want to get something that functions really good and has good aesthetics, I'm gonna pay more for it.
Yeah.
And I know that. I know there's a lot of people in the industry, like consumers, that will push back on that. And they'll be like, function over form.
Yeah,
well,
a lot of the build PC crowd is like
those products exist.
And that's it. Yeah.
Those products exist. But I think what sometimes I see is people want like an Asus Rampage looking board at the cost of a $200 budget board.
Yeah.
We'd all love that. We'd all like, $5,000 Lamborghinis. But it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, like, when it comes to cars, I'm probably an aesthetics first guy, to be honest.
Yeah, otherwise, like, because the R8's slower than your Z1. Well,
we don't know yet.
Maybe not. Yeah, not in a little bit, but yeah.
No.
But when you bought it, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When the
you know
car
what
was
I mean?
stock,
like,
yeah.
If you were strictly a performance guy, you would just be like your engine builder. And like,
but I guess that's the reason why like the cars that I own are so eclectic. And it's like, I own 3 Audis because I got the R8, but when I got rid of the company car, which was the GLE, I needed something that still had space so we could go to Micro Center and load it up with parts and stuff, and still, put boxes in to bring to storage or
49-inch monitors.
Or 49. I thought you were gonna say 4090s.
Imagine trying to put this monitor in the R8.
But the R8 isn't a. But the R8 wasn't a. That was my midlife crisis splurge. I bought it cash. That way, if shit hit the fan, I could sell it cash and get the hell out of it immediately, right? But the company car had utility needs, and I went, okay. If I have a CPA that's telling me the car needs to be expensive and it needs to be over 6,000 pounds gross.
This problem. Actually, no, I don't.
No. If we're talking about tax reasons, it needs to be expensive for tax reasons. If obviously the most expensive car you can afford, and it needs to be over 6,000 pounds. So we can do a full depreciation on it in the first year. There's only a few vehicles that fit that need. They're going to be SUVs, trucks, EVs, and then something like the RS6, which is why I got that. And then my wife fell in love with the... It's well over 6,000 gross vehicle pounds.
Damn.
Gross vehicle.
Oh, okay, as in like fully loaded.
That means
with
fully loaded with
passengers
and yes.
Okay.
It goes by gross vehicle, not curb weight. So the other thing, my wife just fell in love with the infotainment and the interior of the car, which the SP7 she has is nearly identical. So that as another personal car. But my point is like, the RS6 had a utilitarian need, but I found a car that fit the needs of tax purposes, but also fit the aesthetics of something that I like.
Check it. Got some materials.
I mean,
for
this
us.
is such first world discussion.
I know, right?
So at least I'm aware of it.
The moment you're talking about aesthetics as even being in the running for anything, then it's immediately a first world discussion. Because otherwise, you're just gonna go for the thing that works, and it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like you're not looking at it.
But realistically, though, like my Ram, my 19 Ram, it's been fully depreciated now for years, and part of me is like, do I want to go buy? I wanted a diesel, but I know for a fact I don't commute nearly enough in that vehicle to ever have it reach regen, or it will be in regen all the time. So, so I would be very hard on the emission system in the diesel. Yes, in California, diesels, I think everywhere now, but California does have emissions requirements for diesels that have to be smogged, etc. The truck would just be not in a proper use state.
Yeah.
But part of me is looked at it like, maybe I'll just go buy a used truck. I don't need a new expensive truck. I just need something that we can still carry the big stuff around in, and for dredge that the Ram wasn't issuing in my daily.
Yeah, it wasn't.
But as the company grew and the employee counts grew and stuff, it allowed me to have another. I want to keep the RS6 though. That's the problem. I don't want it when it's depreciated, which is now. No, because if it's over 6,000 pounds, you can take the full depreciation in the first tax year. Otherwise, it's a depreciation schedule over 5. So we take the full write-off of the vehicle in the first year. So technically, September is when I bought the vehicle. So it's about to be a year old. right? If I was to say, okay, because I'm a co-signer for the company, which is so ironic that
Yeah,
a
it's weird that,
co-signer.
it's weird that companies are people, like in the eyes.
Well,
of
no,
the
it's like literally I am co-signing for myself
Yeah.
as an entity. But if I want to keep that vehicle and say, okay, I'm gonna take the company name off the registration, and it's just mine now, the company must declare the KBB value of the vehicle as income as quote unquote sold to me.
Can't we do the blah blah blah?
Which is bullshit in my opinion, because no money exchanged hands. Although a value of a property exchanged full ownership, I feel like because I'm 50% on the hook for the vehicle as a person to the entity,
Get ready.
I should only be
Today's
responsible
not
for
gonna be
50% of the
easy.
value of the car. But that's not how it works. So, anyway. Stonks. Someone said stonks. Stonks.
But yeah, well, I mean, speaking of like
Try not to
purchases and
blink.
stuff, like,
You may miss
I mean,
me.
how long?
Oh
did
yeah,
it-
we were
how
talking
long-
about discussion.
How long did it take, or like, what is your typical research window before you actually go in person and get something that big?
up close.
Or like anything for that matter?
I don't.
Don't get
you
your
an
budgie
impulse buyer?
smugglers in a twist.
no, I
it's
just,
your old mate
Or you don't
used.
research.
I've been stuck in fixing my finances for so long that I don't really have to worry about that problem because I'm not in a position to need to do research to make a purchase that large. I'm not capable of doing it.
Well, I think there's a lot of.
Well, even scaling it down, like, I mean, not even wheels. Or
I think there's a lot of there's a lot of people that I mean, okay, there's people that will research into the ground buying a $30 mount.
Right.
You know. And you bought the Ally.
I would say I'm probably on the research heavy side for sure, just because like I just go full freaking like ADHD hyperfixated on whatever the thing is before I buy it. But like, I don't know. I kind of do like a weird thing where I do a lot of research when I buy it, and then I continue to do research for like, okay, cool. What are the mods that I'm gonna do to this thing? And then it just kind of keeps going. But
I'm a little different in that I'll do tons of research, buy something, and then do research on the competition, and then have buyer's remorse.
I've done that to myself too, and I'm like, why do I not do that first and then buy?
I kind of well,
Big up to us.
yeah, it's about
That
like a
was the
week
last
window
one in the
tops. Like I
squad.
let it sit and then I come back to it. If I still want it, it's like okay, I'll dive a little bit more, see what it's like, and then maybe go buy it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen me like research stuff into the ground, right? But then at the same time, there's some things that every now and then I just straight up impulse buy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's like, it doesn't matter for me if it's like the lights, the new light we just got. I've been looking at lights for weeks trying to decide.
Yeah.
And then when I finally pulled the trigger on it, I'm pretty good at when I pull the trigger. Okay, that's it. I've made my decision. And yeah, it was more so a joke that I'll research things like after the fact and go, oh, I should have. And that's happened before, but I'm still always happy with my purchase. But yeah, I tend to probably drive myself nuts. Like long before my YouTube channel, my wife would tell you stories of like, they would walk next door and find food and go eat if I went to Fry's Electronics. Because I spent so much time staring at my phone, looking things up, looking at having multiple things in my cart, putting that one back, getting that one, putting it back again, getting the first one, and
You
just
have a shot of me doing it at Micro Center during one of the
Yeah.
one of the shopping sprees that we did.
That was also me at Micro Center.
Literally on the website with like 5 tabs open.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we want to know what we're getting.
Somebody mentioned researching $1,000 plus headphones is so difficult. It's all subjective. Blah blah blah. That kind of that's an interesting kind of offshoot of your question in that. What stuff is hard to research for? Because yeah, like audio is definitely
very
one of those-
subjective.
It's very difficult. Yeah,
because
it's
you're
very
gonna
subjective.
you're gonna see a chart on you know, I forget what it's actually called, but you're gonna see the chart of the recreated sound. What's it called? I forget. I'm not an audiophile.
Oh, frequency response.
Yes, you're gonna see the frequency response chart. Yeah. And you can compare those, but the frequency response chart is only one data point on whether or not you're gonna enjoy those headphones.
Yeah. What I've for headphones specifically, what I've liked to or found myself work. Jeez. For headphones, what I've found works really well for me to be English is rtings.com, rtings.com has they do a lot of like really super Steve style like data driven reviews of stuff, right? but their tool allows you to compare the frequency response graphs of any of the headphones they've ever reviewed, because they all measure it on the same rig with calibrated microphones and all that sort of stuff. And so what I do is I don't, because you can't look at a frequency response graph and just know how the headphone's going to sound.
Right.
But what I do is, okay, cool.
That just shows the capability of the driver.
Yeah, it's an absolute measurement, but it doesn't matter. Like, you know, your ear's own response curve affects how you perceive the sound, right?
Right.
So what I do is,
And I think I'm a little bit treble deaf, which is why my stuff's
you're
always.
super-
It's very treble sharp.
Yeah. Like whenever I get in your cars, I'm always just like, hey, yeah, Jay's,
Do you know
Jay's
I've
really...
turned the treble down on all my cars just because of your comment?
Really?
Yeah.
Is it stated?
They were all cranked to the right,
Yeah,
but
they
now they're just past half.
Yeah, I mean.
And you want to know what? I don't hear a difference.
Yeah, okay, so confirmed.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about that to me, like as a, like I don't want to say like, I don't want to make it too dramatic, but it's kind of like, I had this like epiphany of like, because I used to be super audiophile snobby and everything. I'm only getting linear diaphragms and blah blah blah, right? Like, what I found is that if you have a deficiency in your hearing like that, then it's awesome because now you can just ignore that part of the frequency response graph.
Yeah.
You don't have to care as long as it provides a decent enough treble. But so anyway,
But that's because of the years I spent building very, very loud competition audio systems. It's affected my hearing.
I mean, not competition audio systems, but I blasted.
Yeah,
the crap out of
I
my
used to
subwoofer.
in the very early 2000s, like right after high school and while I was in college, I used to build DB drag competition systems.
Yeah.
Like we're talking like brand new Escalade will show up, and then here we are doing acrylic windows, gutting the thing, fully fiberglassing it out, you know, dynamating the entire car, like seeing, okay, can we hit 100 and at the time like 140 decibels of SPL? You know, it's like we're seeing acrylic windows literally wave, like the entire car is just a frequency wave. You know, building those kinds of systems is the reason why, one, I can't have these type of systems anymore because it gives me immediate headache.
That's what.
And two, I have no doubt it's hurt my mid and high range hearing.
There's two?
I mean, that part is super obvious.
It was fun having like long-haired chicks stand by the tailgate
yeah,
up.
there-
It turns into a big, and then seeing it literally, you could see a visualization of the frequency.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But so my trick for when I'm researching headphones is
There's one in the corner there too.
and then find them in that comparison.
It came off for you. There's 3 here now.
The headphones are looking- and listen to music while you're doing it. You know what I mean? Because you're reading anyway, right? You don't need your eyes or you don't need your ears. So
You
listen
gotta
to music,
look at the sound.
and then you can compare. Like, okay, this thing that I'm gonna get is gonna be a little bit more mid-heavy. Oh, it's gonna have a little bit less bass, or a little bit more bass, or less mid bass and a lot of extension down deep. You know what I mean? Like there's, but it kind of just because there's so many ways to measure sound, like in an absolute way, like a frequency response graph or an SPL gauge, right? But because hearing is a sense and it has to go through your unique shaped ear and your uniquely wired ear nerve into your unique brain, right? So everyone hears.
No, my brain's more standard.
It's smooth.
Thanks. I'm a smooth brain.
It's just like it's like a, what do
I look like no, I look like the meme of the car where it's all dented.
It's like the rough translated English sign. Please no dumb here.
Oh yeah, please no dumb here. This is not a dumb area. But yeah, no, I mean, headphone audio and stuff is difficult, and also monitors are really hard. Like display monitors are hard to research for because like yeah, I mean, every time we do a review in which we're talking about a display, it's always just like we have to put the disclaimer of like we're filming a screen. It's not gonna look anywhere close to exactly what it looks like to an eyeball.
But it's incredible how well that screen looks on our FX6 though. Like when we point it at a screen, it's actually really good.
Actually, yeah.
That's because the FX6 has such a good capability of actually not losing color in the luminance of the screen.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time to go ahead and move on to the FTFA section of our show. This is from the freaking audience. This is where you guys can write us your emails that you think will be interesting. I'm going to say this again for the 1000th time. I don't know why I'm bothering. Short, concise emails that are fun to talk about. If I open a book, I'm deleting it, okay? So, here's
a short email example. King Badger 3D. Constant high-pitched background noise is tinnitus. Welcome to the club.
Oh, what's up, dude?
So anyway, use these emails as an example. If you want to write us, it's rtfm@jays2cents.com. So our first one comes to us from Jordan. I think this is a leftover from last week where I was like, write your question now, we'll read it live. He said, dinosaurs attack! Do you work together to survive or I like how I heard you swallow. It's all...
Yeah, I was dying. It was either that or it was gonna come out everywhere else.
Okay, anyway, okay, it says dinosaurs attack.
Grapefruits.
Do you work together to survive, or does someone crack first and ruthlessly sacrifice the others? If so, who cracks, and who do they sacrifice and how? He says he predicts Nick will crack, but Jay will successfully turn it around and escape.
Why am I like the first person?
I like how I'm not even mentioned because he knows I'm just gonna immediately die because heart problem.
Phil's gonna tame a velociraptor. He's gonna ride off into the sunset.
He's gonna come
I
riding
might as
into
well
it.
try, right? Because it's not like I can run away because my cardio sucks.
He's gonna be wearing like a bush
I'm the
halter
master.
top.
Not my first rodeo.
So belly's all showing. I do agree with him that you would crack.
Okay, that's fair.
I do agree that you would crack.
Look
I've
how
never.
easy he cracked to that interrogation.
No.
It's whatever. At this
No,
point.
there's there. I have
Let's
known.
go and see where this goes.
I have known Nick going on 14 years now. What?
Nick is fatiguing me.
Oh, sorry.
I said, hey, baby.
I'll tell you what. I have known Nick for almost 15 years, and there is one situation in which I have not firsthand experienced Nick, and that is fight or flight.
Oh.
Now I have no idea how he would respond in a fight or flight.
You've seen it when you farted, and then like I just.
Oh yeah, you flight.
Flight for the
Wait,
air freshener.
a J fart has triggered your fight or flight response?
But I've also
Like,
seen
genuinely
you.
though?
But I've also seen you walk into a closed door. So it's like
honestly, that's like the wild. It's like you have to flip a coin to see how I'm gonna react.
but let's face it. In all seriousness, my farts, although comical for you to run for the freaking air freshener, is not a true fight or flight where you don't know how you're gonna respond in an active life or death situation.
I already know how I'm gonna respond.
But I have seen photos of how you responded to road rage, and that was a freeze situation.
Oh, that.
So,
I can be saying, yeah.
My point is, I don't know if you would just freeze at the thought of a dinosaur coming at you, or if I'm gonna have to throw you at the dinosaur so I can live.
I mean, if I freeze, that's as close as it's getting thrown, right? So I just stand there. For
Yeah,
you.
but
I might not die.
Yeah.
I might actually survive.
What if the dinosaur just wants its belly rubbed?
Well, you have to try that one on your own.
Yeah. I'll let you guys.
I am definitely a fight or flight. Like, I'm very good at.
Jay has a fight or fight syndrome.
No, I'm not gonna try and box a T-Rex, okay? I know how that's gonna go. But my point is, I'm very good at discerning. There's a high probability of flight just being the right move, but there's also a high probability of you're gonna have to fight, so be ready. Like, I'm pretty good at that. But I don't know how to fight a dinosaur. And if my survival means I have to feed you both to the dinosaur, I love you both. But you're getting eaten.
I genuinely don't blame you, honestly. Like, I mean, yeah, like, dude.
Look,
it's a dinosaur.
Like, whenever I watch TV shows or movies where there's always someone being a hero trying to save everyone from something. Look, there's.
If you sacrifice me for like a bag of Doritos, then yes, I would be mad. But like a dinosaur attacking, yeah,
Wait. Are they Cool Ranch Flamin' Hots?
Imagine going to third
I would sacrifice myself for Cool Ranch Flamin' Hots because they're so good and you can never find them.
You just go to third person view after you die and we just watch him like get Doritos
it's
afterwards.
It's like Phasma, you get to mess around with like objects near you. They just haunt them forever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna haunt you forever, dude.
Oh yeah, actually, as soon as I die from the dinosaur, then I get to haunt Nick and it'll be great.
I'll be honest. I ain't trying to be a hero in this situation.
Yeah, for sure. No one would be.
There are situations where I would step in if I needed to. Like, there's been car accidents.
Like, if they're attacking your family, then yes, you're going to be a hero.
Look, I have a lot of first aid training. There is situations where I have pulled over when a car accident has just happened and helped bandage people up until the ambulance gets there. I'm one of those people that will pull over and help when I can. But at the same time, it's a freaking dinosaur.
I think this was a trick question, dude. I think we just weren't supposed to get ourselves.
Any heavy ammo?
Dinosaurs are attacked.
How did we get these dinosaurs?
Exactly.
We did not stop to think whether or not we should. That's exactly how we got here.
Should we go to Jurassic Park? Want to go check out some dinosaurs in real life? Yeah.
It still cracks me up that like a pigeon is like the dinosaur's ancestor.
I thought it was a chicken.
Wow, you guys used to be that cool, and then now you're that.
I also don't believe I would quote unquote crack. I feel like anyone else, I would endure the situation and then crack after. That's called PTSD.
Yeah.
You know, I think that would happen. All right. This one comes.
IKEA says, or you just throw unlit smudge sticks at it.
IKEA, do you want to play Phasmo tonight? I'm gonna play the update. Anyway, Daniel says, have you ever found an unintentional hack that really improved something? Mine is that I stuck Metallica's White album in my CD-ROM as a kid, and it worked so well when I played Quake. The music tracks are tailored for the levels.
Oh, that's dope.
I thought Quake had metal tracks built into it.
I think it does. Yeah, I thought it was just trying to resonate.
Maybe he just really jived with Metallica. Mine's gonna be something stupid that if I know I'm dealing with a system that's gonna crash a lot because I'm trying to OC it, plug the reset button into the clear CMOS. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good hack. I always forget about that too.
That was an unintentional hack.
Well,
I think he's asking what kind of hacks he found by accident.
I think he kind of meant more unconventional as opposed to unintentional.
Okay,
Although,
okay, yeah.
I mean,
that works too.
Because it'd be really hard to find a hack on accident.
I haven't found a hack on accident.
I can't think of one.
Huh.
Besides,
always have your 10 mil and 12 mil ready for when
I like how you have a 10 mil on your keyring.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yo, I bought that out of PTSD.
Dude, I saw that, and I was like, Nick, is this a 10 mil? He's like, yeah. I'm like, there's no way. That's
and
perfect.
it's ratcheting.
Yeah, somebody clearly has to deal with their battery all the time too.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Good old 1.8T.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know.
I can't think of any unintentional. Hey.
Yeah, I can think of random hacks. Like if you ever want to try on a pair of pants, but you can't, like, you don't want to go to the fitting room, you just take them, like, you know, they're like on the hanger, and then they're like, it's like folded or whatever. Take that and then put it on your neck, and if it basically touches perfectly, then it works out to be roughly the same size as your hips.
That's your hips and your neck.
This was a thing that I saw on the internet. I was like,
I've got a skinny neck and a fat waist. Okay, what? That does not work for me.
Let's go try that theory.
Yeah, just try it.
I promise you, my pants are going around my neck 1.5 times. I promise you. I do not have a big neck, but I have a big waist. It's gonna be like,
okay, it'll work for me and Nick. Not
look, I have a feeling it's gonna go 1.5 times around.
Bro, you gotta do it.
Do you know what my mom said to me when I was young? Look, you know this is traumatic when you still remember this sentence at 42 when you were probably 10 when this sentence was said. And my mom didn't mean anything mean by it, but she said I had birthing hips. She was like,
told you like major thing.
I was told I have birthing hips.
I know, no! I don't want to think about Jay giving birth.
Canal for it, apparently, okay? That baby's gonna be, I'm gonna fart that kid out with a slight puff of air with the width of my hips, okay?
You might actually try to flight that.
Yeah. Maybe flight or flight, dude.
It's
Which way?
Flight or flight.
Yeah, which are you flying that way?
Am I going through the wall? Am I going to take the door like a normal person?
Jay is definitely trying that when he gets home. Yes, I am going to try the pants trick when I get home. I'm telling you right now, it's going around more than once.
Jay's like birthing.
You have a thicker neck than I do.
Jay's birthing like stirrups are ordered from like McMaster.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start. Look on lift because I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I'm gonna have to start doing more shrugs just to like. I gotta get the pants to barely fit. I'm gonna strap to my forehead. And be like,
F1 guys. You gotta do that.
Oh my. Thanks, Phil, for bringing up old fresh wounds. I'm moving on to the next one.
My parents thought I was gonna be a girl, so they literally painted my room pink. Like, it got that far, and I was like, oh, really? God.
It wasn't that far off.
I was like, what was my name gonna be? And my mom was like, we didn't get that far.
Phyllis.
But you painted my room and you didn't know what my name was gonna be.
My goodness.
Anyway.
It's that or they're setting a forest on fire, dude. Like.
Anyway, too bad. I'm a boy. So small.
Okay, this one comes from Matthew. He says, love the show, guys. I missed you at Micro Center when you guys were there. How often do you travel for openings and the like? It's funny because prior to... Okay, so I went to LTX just 4 days before the trip to Micro Center in Indiana. That LTX trip was the first time I had traveled for work since before COVID. So it used to be fairly often. Like we had gone to the Denver store opening. I've gone to a lot of stuff like that in my channel's history, but COVID stopped a lot of that. And to be fair, I was like okay with it. I was like perfectly
Because you
okay.
were
with
around
it.
the same time of kind of getting over this like travel crap, you know? Of, like,
Yeah, but
of like having to do it.
But what going to store openings or events and meeting tons of fans and the big meet and greet lines, which I was just like,
Oh, is this the combo we had in the car?
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I think when it comes to like meeting a million people, I don't know how many people.
This next match goes out to all
they were
me
long.
fans
They
back
were
on
amongst the
cell
longest
phone.
lines there. I was the largest creator outside of anyone LMG that was there, but I told the LMG crew, I said, I will not leave
It's time to
until
embrace.
the entire line has been gone through. If they're gonna wait in line to meet me, I'm going to meet them. And unfortunately, the timer had to be set down to like 30 seconds before the next person, otherwise we would have never gotten through the line. But I refused to leave without meeting everyone because, one, if you're gonna wait to meet me, at the very least I can do is stick around until I get to meet all of you. I'm sorry, I'm just a regular old guy that I find it shocking that anyone would want to wait in line 2 hours or an hour to meet and talk to me, but that's your decision, not mine to make. But two, it gives a huge boost to our morale. Like as a whole channel, like your morale was all kinds of boosts at Micro Center.
Because it's like you get reminded that
there are people there.
Yeah, there's
yeah,
people behind
and
us.
yeah, it's not just drama and tweets and doom scrolling and the internet. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, there are actually people that are actually happy to like, you know, that we do what we do, and it's that's so like humbling, and
it's very humbling,
and it fills you with gratitude.
And it definitely reminds me, like, hey, these, again, the responsibility level of what we do. There are real people on the other end of this that we are talking to, so we have to be very responsible with that.
I've never really like told you this explicitly, but it's like for videos and stuff. I always kind of had this like. It can be as jank and redneck and ghetto and crazy of a project or like experiment or whatever, as long as it still has a like baseline kind of like amount of science underneath it.
Oh,
You
it's
know what I mean?
base mount.
Yeah,
Base amount.
no, but the thing that I'm getting at is that
I
like,
predict you will learn nothing from today's video. That is my prediction.
But if anything, we try to make sure that you will never learn something wrong from a thing. Or if it is wrong, this is why
Whoa,
you do
pump
it.
the brakes. We have taught plenty of wrong things, but we're working on it.
Yeah, no, but but I'm saying like even with the blowing up a Waterloo, right? It was like,
well, we learned about 126 psi
we
was
didn't
the
have to
limit.
measure the psi. We could have just blew it up and then that was the video. But
Okay,
it was like,
look.
it was like I like that we're enthusiastic about that stuff.
What we learned was 130 psi was too much.
Yeah.
And that is a data point.
And that also a compressor can like almost kill.
TKG483 says,
Fun
sorry.
fact, that pump res combo that literally split in half is still together and functioning today.
Wait,
because
are you using it in a computer right now?
no, it's the test one.
Oh,
yeah.
People have been through here?
The acetal material is so flexible and malleable versus the acrylic that it flexed, the threads flexed, the acrylic popped off, and then it went right back to shape.
Yeah, it literally just went.
Yeah.
Like it let go of the tube and then came back.
So we did learn that. Now,
Yeah.
what were the limits? No idea, because we didn't test that. But no, what I was just starting to say though is that it's a huge, it's like a huge like jump start to just morale and get a boost, shot of adrenaline from the channel. Like we get super creative after we meet people. The only downside is it's emotionally exhausting to meet them. Like I was telling them, and I feel bad. I felt bad even having to have the the 30 seconds. They started 2 minutes, and they were normally 30 minutes, not 30 seconds, because 2 minutes was the line. But imagine every 30 seconds your conversation is over. And I've said this to you guys already.
Yeah.
Like I'm putting this out there for the audience perspective. Imagine, okay, you walked up. Hey, how are you? How you enjoying?
Scrappy
DP
DP says,
the show? What's your favorite part of the show
GW.
so far? Oh, yes, of course I'll sign this for you. You know, I'd love to get a picture. I think we talked about this last week, but then 30 seconds hits and it starts over.
Yep. All right, thank you.
It is weird, but it's part of the territory, right? And I'm very grateful for the support that we have. I would never change any of that. Zachary says, do you think we'll see a time when APUs would beat out entry-level GPUs? Thinking about the
Yo, get your health drone, buddy. Come on. What are you doing? Come over to me.
Okay, I want to, first of all,
Right here.
I think you've been grossly misinformed about APUs. we have been hearing every generation of graphics from AMD since the beginning of time that they're working on an APU that is more powerful than a discrete whatever. If that were true, AMD would not have a GPU that is also slower than a 4070, if that makes sense. Now, we've been hearing about APUs advancing for a long time. Obviously, the Navi 21 APU stuff. You know, we have RDNA 3 APU stuff we've been waiting on.
Steam Deck, Ally.
Yes,
GPD.
they are getting better. But there is absolutely positively not an APU right now that is faster than a 4070, either in development or even theoretically.
Theoretically?
Yes. That word.
It does, and the only reason that it doesn't exist is because it doesn't
die size.
Well, no, it just doesn't make business sense to make that. Because then why would you just not sell a CPU and a GPU? You could increase margins on both, right? And then for the people that require an APU, then you can just custom make whatever they want for their APU.
Well, this is just furthering the whole. Remember how everyone swore the PlayStation 5 was gonna be faster than the 3080 and et cetera, and how true did that end up being?
Yeah, it's just an AMD APU, guys. It's like, that's the thing. But I think his question. It's an APU will never beat
theorized. That's the word I was trying to say.
Oh, okay. An APU will never beat an entry-level current discrete graphics card because those are two different market segments. And they're not going for the
because
same
they're
target.
the exact same tech, but the discrete will always be bigger, larger, more dedicated
with more
VRAM, more cooling.
Because it's not sharing.
It's not sharing
with a CPU.
memory. System memory is. Okay, look, there's 3 levels of data access for the GPU. And this, okay, so you have the GPU, then you have the GPU's cache. The cache is the first place where data gets stored. When the cache is a miss, so it's hits and misses. So if the GPU requests information that is cached, that's a hit. That's the fastest response because it's on the die. If it's a miss, it then goes to VRAM. VRAM can serve. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's significantly faster than system RAM because if the GPU or the game needs more RAM than what's on the VRAM, it then goes into the system RAM, and that's where you see those pauses and stutters and hiccups and stuff, as it might be swapping at that point to system RAM. But it will. Every APU uses.
You guys want to go after that or no?
And a small amount of cache for APU system misses. So it will absolutely never be as fast as, like, say, a discrete desktop variant of the same generation. Now, you might see APU 10 years from now be faster than, say, what a 4070 is today. Today.
Where's my juice at? What's up with this?
No, but
I'm 100% not.
Charging battery.
Yeah, C1 Extreme versus 1050, like the AMD APU would win. But like that's how far back you have to go in.
But I've been hearing about this since like way back at the A10 processors. It's just
his question is that you're asking the wrong question because those are two non-comparable products. Like
no, but the thing is,
it's like, hey, is Nick's Honda Fit ever going to be faster than like a BMW 3 Series?
Yeah.
Like it's like no, they're not designed. I mean, yeah, but they're not intended to be. At
but
the same
just
market.
like a Honda Fit, it is way more efficient.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, but what I was speaking to here is he says thinking about the poorly spec 4060 and the rumored future AMD APU matching a 4070. So I just think he's grossly misunderstood something he's read somewhere.
Yeah.
To think that there's an APU in the works right now that is as fast as a 4070.
That would be such a big die, because you would have to essentially fit a 4070 die plus a CPU die onto a die.
It's like a Metal Gear of
too many
CPU
dice.
Yeah.
I also hate that dice is the plural of die, but anyway.
Dice?
Yeah, like dice. That's why there's 2 dice. A single dice is a die.
Yeah.
But also, it is just the plural word for die, even with chips. Which is
over there.
So if you're rolling one die, yeah, you're rolling the die. Yeah. But are 2 GPU dice,
Yeah.
or dies as in plural?
I think it's dice.
DIES.
I think it's DICE.
This is like that Gallagher bit with English.
Oh no! But no, it's not boom, it's bomb. And
It's not bomb, it's comb.
It's not womb, it's womb.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest. Like, if you ever wanted to have, look, it's funny.
English is my second language. I can completely 100% vouch for that crap.
Yeah, and I
When
know,
was
and
learning,
I have several international friends that English is their second or third
so
language, and
many
all of them
lies.
have told me like, yeah, learning Japanese was easier than English. I'm like, really? They're like, really, because of those rules.
Yeah.
And by the way,
it's because
there's no rule.
Yeah, every rule has an exception, so it's like, what the
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of the exception, it's exceptionally time to end the show. I know that was the worst.
Best segue
You want
ever.
to try that again?
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Speaking of,
Wait,
wait,
you're redoing it?
Yeah.
how? I guess I can't. This exceptionally poor ending is brought to you by Jay Stusek. I don't know how else to say
Brought to you by
it.
Carl's Jr. No, I'm kidding. No, not really. No. Unless you want to sponsor.
No, I don't want a Carl's Jr. sponsor. I don't want to go back to as heavy as I used to be.
We're all gonna be old J Big. Could you imagine?
Old J Big?
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Well, I mean, it's old J.
I'm old J now.
Let's go.
Old J. Everyone calls me old. I'm like Grandpa Tech. Okay.
Wow. Grandpa.
I'm just repeating what people have told me. Okay. I don't take it personal. I'm a great fox. Okay, and I'm okay with that.
I thought you said a completely different word.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Anyway,
on that note,
bye.
guys, we're gonna get out of here. Thanks for watching.
Losing isn't fun. That's why I don't do it.
I'm the jump master. AJ Shea, lead on my way.
I'm the jump master, which should go without saying.
Today, one released AMD CPU just broke a world record. Ryzen owners won't like this. AMD teases their next GPU, and another line of tech tips employee comes forward on the allegations along with leaked audio. Another one too, gamer melt. First up for today, AMD's next-gen monster CPUs are finally coming, and one of them has already broken a world record. That's right. We've been hearing rumors for a little while now that AMD was gearing up to release their next-gen Threadripper CPUs. And today we have the first benchmark of the top-end beast from Geekbench. As you can see, it's the Threadripper Pro 7995WX. And when it comes to specs, we can see that it's actually a 96-core, 192-thread CPU, which means AMD's new CPU gets a huge boost in cores coming from 64. When it comes to clocks, we can see that the base clock is clearly being read wrong at 7.97 GHz. When we look at the actual output of the test, we can see that it boosts to 5.1 GHz. It also comes with 96 megabytes of L2 cache, which is a whopping 3 times the amount as current-gen Threadripper, and 384 megabytes of L3 cache, which is an increase of 50%. Finally, when it comes to the actual performance, you can see it got a single-core score of 2,095 and a multi-core score of 81,408, which is actually around 50% faster than last gen. And when we look at HWBot, we can see that multi-core score just broke a world record for Geekbench, meaning this CPU isn't even out yet, and it's breaking records. To top it all off, an alleged shipping manifest recently leaked showing 3 new Threadripper 7000 parts. So these new chips are clearly set for release very soon. But first, if you've never been to Micro Center, what I call the PC Gamer's Paradise, now's the perfect time because they're offering new customers a free 256GB SSD for just checking out their store. All you need is to fill out this coupon at my link in the description and bring it to your nearest Micro Center. You can't beat that. And sure, they sponsored this video, but don't forget that Micro Center is the place I went to build my first PC. And they're seriously amazing because they're physical stores that have everything for your PC build. Whether it's a new motherboard, GPU, CPUs, or even parts for a custom water cooling loop. Micro Center has everything you need. They also have some really great deals during their Build, Upgrade, and Save event that's going on right now. Plus that free 256GB SSD, of course. And don't forget that it's just free. No purchase necessary. You seriously can't beat that. Once again, check out the links for all of that down in the description below. And next up for today, I have some bad news for Ryzen owners. If you remember, not too long ago, I discussed a new exploit that was discovered on Intel CPUs called Downfall. And while Intel did release a patch to fix it, the mitigation also caused some very serious performance loss depending on the application. Well, it looks like a new exploit is doing something similar to AMD CPUs. It's called Inception, and it's yet another side-channel exploit that can leak sensitive data, and it affects both Zen 3 and Zen 4 CPUs. This includes Ryzen, so Ryzen 5000 and Ryzen 7000. Luckily, there is mitigation out for at least the EPYC CPUs so far, with updates expected for Ryzen parts sometime this month. Well, in a new report by Onyx, they actually tested AMD's EPYC chip with the mitigation to see what kind of performance loss we can expect. And as you can see, in just about all of these, there's at least some performance loss, with certain things like 7-zip taking a pretty large hit. Oh, and when you look at these, make sure to note whether the winner is a higher number or a lower number. Either way, this doesn't look good, with one benchmark seeing as much as a 54% performance drop. Of course, because this is for Onyx, these are tests in Linux, but I'd expect performance drops in Windows as well. We'll just have to see what apps are affected. As far as mitigation for Ryzen parts, you'll want to look out for a BIOS update from your motherboard manufacturer. Luckily, this exploit doesn't look to have been used anywhere yet, so at least for now, it's not all that likely to affect you, but it's up to the individual whether it's worth the risk to install it or not. Next up, it looks like all the rumors about AMD's next-gen GPUs were true, as AMD's Radeon head, Scott Herkelman, just tweeted this. Quote, please join the @AMD Radeon team at Gamescom next week for our next major product announcement. So yeah, AMD is clearly set to announce new GPUs next week. As for what they are, we're almost certainly looking at the RX 7800 XT and 7700 XT, especially given he said announcements plural. To quickly recap on the leaked specs so far, the 7800 XT is rumored to come with 60 CUs, so 3,840 cores, 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 across a 256-bit bus, and a boost clock of 2.5 gigahertz. So far, we've only really seen that the 7700 XT comes with 12 gigabytes of GDDR6. So we don't have cores or anything like that just yet. Regardless, while the specs don't look all that promising, I really think whether it's going to be a good deal or not will boil down to price. And lastly for today, we have a huge new update regarding the allegations against Linus Tech Tips from my last video. If you saw that, you know that there were quite a bit of serious allegations coming from a former employee. Since then, the Linus Tech Tips Twitter account made an official tweet about it, claiming that they're taking the allegations very seriously. They also claim to be conducting an internal assessment as well as bringing in a third-party investigator. They also encouraged employees to report any workplace bullying or harassment. So that's about as good of a response as we can expect. But around the same time, an ex-employee, Colin, tweeted that her posts are in line with what he remembers hearing when they were colleagues. Now, he later goes on to clarify in a Reddit post that he doesn't have first-hand knowledge of much of anything in the post, but that the story is what he remembers from back then. So while he can't necessarily state that it absolutely happened, this does at least prove consistency with her story. Finally, there was a leaked audio recording that was released that seems to be confirmed by their current CEO, Taryn Tong. In it, Linus Sebastian is going over HR policies and actually says this.
All I can do is ask that you trust me as well. Some of you know us very well. I've been here a very long time. Some of you have not been here for long, but I like to think that whether you've been here for 9 years or 9 years, you're here for a reason, and you believe that we are utmost to run this company with integrity and passion.
So yeah, something seems to have happened, and from this report, this apparently is from a meeting shortly after Madison left. Meaning it sounds like they already knew about this. Yet Linus said in an email to The Verge that he's shocked by the allegations. So it's ultimately not looking very good right now for Linus Tech Tips. But I still think we'll have to wait and see what happens with the investigation. Time, as always, will tell. So while that does it for today, what are you thinking about this whole situation with Linus Tech Tips? Let me know down in the comments below. And don't forget to get your free SSD from Micro Center down in the description below. And as always, have a great day.
Hey everyone, this is our 6th final episode of Season 2 of Gear Up here in Houston, Texas, at the Houston Micro Center. And, wow, it is super hot out here. Let's go inside and start filming. I can't do this. I don't know what it is about Texas heat. It feels worse than Florida heat. I don't know how that's possible. This Micro Center has been a great home to us for the past 2 or 3 days. It's a shame it's coming to an end.
But we are ready to kick things off. And this last episode is going to be a cool one. We have our sixth and final contestant. His name is Lyle. No, not this Lyle. This Lyle. And remember, if you're a first-time shopper, you can get $25 off your purchase of a CPU. Not too bad. So this should be a fun one. I have no idea why I decided to film like this. Just thought it would be cool, but I can't pull around wait. Stay with me. To get rid of that annoying Windows activation watermark, head on over to VIP SCD key. Purchase
didn't get me
Windows
up.
10 Pro OEM key for a fraction of the price of retail. Just use a secure payment method like PayPal, enter your product key in your PC settings window, and save the faster than one. And be sure to use our offer code SKGS for us. So
You can get me up. You can get me up.
Hey,
You
Lyle.
can get me up.
Hi, how's it
You
going?
can get me
Thanks
up.
for coming out.
Why didn't you get me up?
It's looking a bit old. Oh, 7 years old. 7 years old. Can you tell me a bit about it?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you fuck?
GeForce 1060, 3 gigabytes, and then Intel i5, like what, 7th gen? Yeah, 7th gen i5. Okay. I have to replace the power supply at one point, and I did upgrade my RAM, which is now 24 gigabytes. 24 gigs. So not so often you hear 24. That's cool. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to update? Is there something that you're like targeting specifically, or is it just like the whole rig? You just want to like, you know, what do you think? Really the whole rig. I guess a new GPU would be really nice. Okay, so that's your main focus. I don't blame you. Do you mostly game with it? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll keep that in mind when we start the parts hunting. Okay, so we know where we're starting. We know where we want to end up. Now it all comes down to the wheel. Are you ready to spin the wheel? Yeah. And he's looking at like he's like, I didn't bring it. It's a 36-inch mechanical wheel. I couldn't bring it on an airplane. So we're going to have to go digital this time around. I got it on my laptop. I know that's lightning, but I made up for it a little bit because I changed a couple of the pipe slices. So the big change for this season, apart from it being a lame digital version of the wheel, is that we've replaced these spin against mods we recall from season 1 with add $100 on them. So if you land on this, you'll be able to add $100 to whatever you roll after. So please be gentle. So, you want to drag the mouse over to the center there. I'm going to turn up the volume just to get some theatrical effects. Yep, here we go. There's no way. There's no way. What happened? Oh, you know what? You know what? We had a technicality, and that means reroll time. Okay, Lyle, take 2. What we're going to do for you, obviously, let you spin again, and we're going to give you the higher of the 2 spins. So you can't get lower than 800, but you do have a chance to score higher than that. And of course, the extra bonus tiles still apply. So if you get the add 100 several times, you can add that to your score. So if you want to go ahead and click the spin button again, let's go. How is it always hitting somewhere around that? I don't get it. I don't get it. It'd be 800 again. It is what it is. You know what? Still a lot of money. I still think $800 is going to go a long way for this rig, and who better than to help us out with spending it than our good friend Isaiah here at Micro Center. So Isaiah, what do you think we can do with $800? I think it's going to be kind of a similar position we ran with several of the other contestants.
Yeah. So there's a couple different ways that we can go about it. There's CPU upgrades, motherboard upgrades, graphics card upgrades, like you said. If that's the most important thing to you, then we should definitely focus on that. I think it would be pretty good to try to get a balanced build going for you.
Quick question. Are you okay with open box stuff? Yeah, I'm fine with it. A lot of possibilities here, my man. We got, look at this, aisles for days. Does it matter if it's Intel or AMD? I mean, I've only used Intel. Only used Intel, and he does already have his OS installed on Intel machine. So might have some driver conflicts or things that you need to address with your drive if you swap to AMD without reinstalling. Okay. So it's something to keep in mind. It's not the end of the world, but yeah. Would I need a new case? Are the 40s like bigger?
So they are bigger cards, but these are smaller. So you want your port drive here, which means that you could get a 980 Pro. So if you get a 1 terabyte 980 Pro right now, it's $5 cheaper when you get a CPU. So you get a brand new CPU. If you were to get this, it would be $5 cheaper over $255, which is only $5 more than a drive that is half the speed of this. So you got CPU, motherboard, case, a cooler, 3 fans, 4060, a 980 Pro, another terabyte storage from Inland, the QN 322, Yes, 77.99.
Look at that. They're saving me 10 cents. That's what I'm talking about. So you're literally saving the power supply. So that's the only old thing in this rig, which I think is a good use of the money. Honestly. Very balanced system. Four.
No.
Four. You did. I guess not. We don't want that. I guess not. We changed our mind. So as it turns out, the 12400 is so popular, it's not even here anymore. So we are rethinking everything. What are we going AMD now? Is that what we're doing? AMD, right? So like 5600, 5600X. Those are still like just over $100. Pretty good price. Still very relevant. Keep up with 4060 for sure. Super palatable card. So I think they'll still be very balanced.
So we went back to the drawing board here, and it looks like there are a couple really good AMD CPUs to go with.
There she is. So we're still going to go with MATX, right? So is this a pretty good board here?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
it is well.
Has your two spots for the storages that you were looking for. Doesn't have Wi-Fi, but as we talked about, we don't need it because we're always wired in and we have stuff like that. So this guy seems like a really good match for you.
I need a card. Yeah, we need a card. Good point. Good point. Oh, nice. Very nice. You sir are one of the first to buy a 4060 Micro Center because it just came out today.
True.
So I get to experience that. I know it's not the best card value-wise, but it's the latest card, and you literally have, like, another rig that you're going to just be able to do whatever you want with. So you're starting from scratch. I think this makes sense.
We have a case and power supply again. So
that's right. So we're only recycling DDR4, right? 24 gigs in there.
So of the power supplies that we looked at, right, a couple different ones that you can choose from.
7700
A lot of folks pick that one.
Yeah, a lot of people come in for that.
And we always have to say these prices aren't always indicative of what you'll actually be paying. Sometimes they're older. Micro Center's changing prices all the time to remain competitive. So yeah, $109 compared to 120 and 130. It's about a $30 difference there.
Yeah, we also have the 750 from Corsair, the 750M, which is a full-size ATX power supply, but it is semi-modular. So that guy at $90 is a cheaper option for you. And then last but not least, we got cases that we can take a look at. Yep, 205M.
Oh wow, that's sweet. That's a sweet case right there. And is that it? Is this finally everything? This looks like it. I think we have almost an entire build here.
It was a tumultuous process.
Yes, yeah, we had to flash a couple times, but look, you were flexible. Thanks for that, Lyle. I really appreciate it. And I still think you're going to end up with a really good system. The 600X as your CPU choice, or second choice, but still a good option. Meanwhile, it's been like 3 hours. We're still in line. It's so busy here.
Looks like
it.
It's because I phased to him.
Oh, yeah. So we, Hey, I didn't see you there. I didn't know you were still here. I thought you bailed on it. So busy. There is the checkout, and yeah, now it's time for the rebuild. So we're probably going to take 2 of the 4 DIMMs out. These are, so the Corsair DIMMs are the 8 gigs. So if we take those 2 out, you'll have 16 in your new rig, and then you'll still have 8 in this old rig, which I think is still fine for an older budget build. So I was going to set aside the old rig since we don't really need it anymore, and now we're basically just going to build a new rig from almost scratch. So it's still technically an upgrade. We're still upgrading this rig because we're recycling something, even though that's not really a requirement of the series. I think it works well here. Just enough. Okay, so it's been, what, 8 years? So you've got 7 years? Okay. It's just like riding a bike, my friend. Oh, pretty straightforward. I know it's a little odd that the socket looks different than what you're used to. You don't have to push it. It'll just fall in when it's lined up. There you go. Look at that. See? Not too bad. It's going to make a very cringe-worthy sound. It's, just ignore that. You're not harming the CPU, don't worry. I see the spring, that's what it is. Yeah, the spring is definitely cringy. Good. 16 gigs. So yeah, next is our 980 Pro. This is going to be your boot drive because this one is fastest, also Gen 4 capable. Looking good. You got this, Lyle. See? It is literally just like riding a bike. Not so bad. Right, so you can grab the whole platform here by this cooler. It probably feels a bit janky, but that's how we were taught to do it. and then you can just slowly drop it in. You can use the rear eye shield as a sort of guide to align things. You know, this is going to look super clean too, cable management wise, because we don't have to see the data cables. We don't need to SATA power because your only storage drives are M.2s. Oh, so that's going to clean things up in the rear. That's, yeah, this is going to be a lot simpler. Oh, my battery's almost dead. So we just spent about 15 minutes cable managing. We don't have any need for SATA power or anything like that. So now we can install the graphics card, wrap things up. Yeah, maybe not the most graceful peel. Something, we'll take it. And not too large a card either. Again, these are fairly efficient, and they are brand new practice. So we can get the 2 slots we need out of here, slot it in, power it up. So we'll line it up like this. Okay, give her a nice big tug there. There you go. Yeah, a little bit of force. Oh, that looks so good. ACX, you don't have a lot of wasted space, especially with a card like this in there. So, yeah, that's nice and compact. Got it there? There you go. All right, looks good. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That is all we need to do. Yeah, we'll tuck some cables in and just admire from the side. So, really darn good. I do need to tighten things down. So, that case looks a lot better than your old one. And everything inside looks super clean, super. So, but that was quite the experience. It took a while to kind of figure out what we wanted to do, and not your fault. I think it turned out really nice for $800. You really did well to maximize your budget. You got a 4060 in here. I know you might get the flex now because people are they're looking at value and whatnot, but when you're buying new in a store like Micro Center, it really is actually I think a good choice for a brand new overhaul build. So here's our portable monitor. We've got things hooked up. I did confirm the power strip is on this time. I swear, somebody's messing with me because that's been turned off manually the past like 4 episodes. Anyway, if you want to do the honors, you can flip the switch at the rear here, power supply, and then we can power on up front, and let's see what happens. Let's see. And then right here, put the button up front.
Let's land here.
Do we have lights? Yes, we have lights. That's always a good sign. For post, that was just the splash screen for the monitor itself, or signal from the system. It just goes. Oh. At least nothing eventful was happening. It is what it is. It's a busy store, busy day. Something's wrong. Okay. First, BIOS update. Is this board compatible with 5000 series out of the box? Yeah. Okay. So that's not an issue.
A few moments later.
I mean, of all places to have a PC problem, I guess you're in good company here, right? So we actually did manage to figure it out, and I think it might have just been a RAM seating issue. So we do a post. There's no Windows partition on either of these drives, obviously because they're brand new. It looks really clean. I know you're not the biggest fan of RGB, but of course you can always change these later by your motherboard software. So yeah, looks really, really good. Oh, that was very nice. That was so graceful. You've done this before. And there we have it. Wow, what do you think? How do you think the rig turned out? Well, took a bit, but yeah, it did take a bit. Pretty satisfied. Yeah. What's the first game you're gonna play? Diablo 4, honestly. Nice. I am excited to play without stuttering. Oh yeah. Yeah, there should be a 90-day difference. That 4060 is great, and you can take advantage of DLSS, obviously, in some games as well. That'll help bump the frame rate up a bit. So just get perfect gun at this point. But that combined with the 5600X, right? 5600, yeah. Yeah, so you'll be perfectly fine. It's balanced rig as it is, and you've still got some room for upgrades. You've got a nice power supply in there as well. That should serve you well for years. So I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. It was a long week. I'm really grateful to Micro Center for allowing us to film not 4, but 6 episodes this time for this season. I wanted it to be a little more juicy for you guys. I feel like 4 videos per season is a bit lacking. Maybe there's not a ton of substance there, but I think we had enough diversity this time with the builds that it worked out. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to do this again. So if you enjoyed this series, please give it a thumbs up, consider subscribing, and let us know in the comments how you felt about it. Where you'd like us to go next. If we can do this again at another Micro Center, or heck, it doesn't even have to be Micro Center affiliated. Maybe we go to a different location to set up shop in a parking lot somewhere. it would be a great chance to meet all of you and to upgrade some rigs in the process. So again, big thanks to Micro Center here, and big thanks to the guys who worked specifically at the Houston Micro Center. They were awesome, especially Isaiah. Isaiah, if you're watching, you were a huge help and a big part of this entire season. You helped transform rigs and make people's days, and that's awesome. I'm glad you played a small role in that as well. So again, I'm looking forward to doing this hopefully in the future as well, and I'm grateful that you were able to watch this season with us. But for now, we'll catch you in the next one. My name is Greg. Thanks for traveling with us.
Today, we're talking about a potentially revolutionary new
10% profit. Max can play video games now, and Intel's next GPUs have got off the. Let's get hot news, everybody. I'm your breakfast. We're going to be going over the hottest news I can find on the internet while you enjoy your breakfast this Friday, August 18th, 2023. You got it this time again. Took me a second to remember where we were. There will be no coverage of the LTT controversy on this episode because there was no new developments by the time we're recording this, so there's new developments in what's going on over at NVIDIA, especially with how much money they're making. Oh boy, yeah, this is wild. Raymond James coming out with an actual financial estimate of how much it costs NVIDIA to make their H100 GPUs. Raymond James is a financial consulting company, and they estimate it only costs them about $3,300 to make the H100. Now, it's not quite clear how that breakdown works. Is that the cost of the wafer? Is that the cost of, everything that goes into the board? There's a lot of details that aren't 100% clear, but just even based on that estimation means that at the $25,000 to $30,000 on average that NVIDIA is charging for this, that is over 1,000% profit. But there's some details that are missing there. Number one, they're sold out until 2024. These things are an insanely high demand. They're gone. Also, like Raymond James in this reporting that some AI startups just can't get the GPUs they need to actually exist as companies. That could be problematic for them as companies. Whether or not that's problematic for society as a whole remains to be seen. But these GPUs, because you can't get them, are allegedly being flipped for 70 grand, if not up to 100 in some instances.
So this is the whole GPU scalping thing, but just on a whole
Are you talking to me?
level.
We as gamers have no idea how bad it could potentially get, where you're spending 100 grand on something that costs NVIDIA for cool. Yeah, it's GPU shortage just in a different way. NVIDIA making that cash money. We talked in the previous episode of Hot News this week that NVIDIA is slated to make $25 billion from the H100 alone. Yeah. Just one graphics processing unit. It's only going to get more from here, unless AI turns out to be a fad and everybody shouldn't have invested all of their business. Then what's the next one? Gamers are the next fad. Oh, yeah. One can only hope. And one can only hope that you check out today's video sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by AliExpress. AliExpress is your one-stop shop for pretty much anything you can imagine, and their upcoming 8/8 sale is no exception. From August 21st to August 28th, they'll have amazing sales on electronics, fashion, home goods, back-to-school supplies, and more. Just look at this Ambernick RG35XX. That's usually $93.32, going for only $69.99. That's 25% off for a 3.5-inch HD portable retro handheld game console that comes packed with thousands of video games. This thing can play all of your favorite retro games with dual Linux operating systems, both the official system and Garlic OS, dual micro SD card, expandable up to 512 gigabytes, and a 2,600 milliamp hour lithium polymer battery that lasts around 6 hours. It can also vibrate, output with an actual HDMI port, and supports USB-C gamepads. Reese has actually been really getting into this mini handheld space, and this was a high contender on the ones he wanted to buy. Isn't that right, Reese? Oh yeah. Plus, you can use code ALLONAE to get $20 off for orders over $100, which you can use on all items from August 18th to September 24th. And AliExpress's shipping times are actually pretty impressive. Out of all the items that I personally order from AliExpress, they typically arrive much quicker than I've ever expected them to. So you can check out AliExpress's 828 promo by clicking the link in the video description to get this cost-effective deal. It's a better choice and a better price, but quantity is limited, so act fast Big thanks again to AliExpress for sponsoring today's video. Reese, you remember how we praised Assassin's Creed Mirage for releasing a week early because they didn't want to compete with Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Well, Alan Wake 2 is going the opposite route. They're releasing 10 days later because in their report, at least they're honest about this, they say that October's just too busy. We're giving more space to everybody. We're going from October 17th to the 27th, which puts them after the Spider-Man launch and about, towards the end of the month after Assassin's Creed Mirage launch. It's going to be a busy month in October.
Yeah, no one's going to be able to keep up, so you're going to have to pick games.
What, are you some loser who has obligations outside of video games, Reese?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did that offend you that I called you a loser?
No.
Okay. Just a quick overview of the games that are launching. October 5th, Mirage. Detective Pikachu Returns is coming out on the 6th. Forza Motorsport is coming out on the 10th. Lords of the Fallen the 13th. Endless Dungeon on the 17th. Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Bros. Wonder coming out October 20th. City Skylines 2 is on October 24th. And then Monaco's Night Market is coming out on the 26th. With that is a jam-packed step. What did all these game developers do that they decided they're releasing in October of 2023?
What's with October babies?
It's Valentine's Day, dude. They're Valentine's babies.
These are Valentine's babies.
But they're also probably born with COVID delays too. They're Valentine's COVID babies.
There's processes.
And there's processes for playing games on Mac now. Reese, you excited about this?
Maybe. Sure.
Well, you're on Windows handhelds.
Yeah, I'm a hybrid. Yeah, I don't like that. That's weird.
You're a chimera.
Yeah.
Okay, Google.
So, October 23.
Stop.
Really
Okay, Google. Stop.
Releasing and making it so that their DX12 support is now part of their mainline release. This was part of a beta program, especially with Apple updating their dev toolkit to allow for DX12 games to work on Apple Silicon. This is a very big deal when it comes to game adoption in the future. The only little caveat we got right here, okay, is guess how many games are supported right now? 3. Oh, you were so close to. It is Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 4.
Great.
So, games that people have already moved on from, but they are still aggressively pursuing support for even more DirectX titles. That's what Codebeamer says, the makers and processor. So, good news.
Mac handheld win.
There was that report years ago about a gaming Mac. Do you remember the G1 or whatever people were calling it? That hasn't really surfaced, but we'll keep you updated if there's any more developments on playing games on Mac. In case you want to play 4K Steam Remote Play, that's not here. You can stream games in 4K over your local network. It's an amazing thing with Steam.
I like it.
It's good. It's just here. And you know what else is good?
You. Cut into the punch this time.
Can you cut me?
No.
Can you cut me off in traffic?
Yeah. Easy peasy. Jay deals. First up, we have the AMD Ryzen 5 5500 desktop processor going for only $86.99 with the included promo code, making that $72.01 off. And next up, we have one of my absolute favorite motherboards. It's the Gigabyte Z690 Aero G.
Why didn't you say Zed? Why would I? You're sad. Why would I? I don't know.
Which you can currently pick up for only $199.99, making it $110 off.
The good news about that is it will support the Raptor refresh that's happening in October, so you get 3 generations of CPUs out of it. That's a gorgeous design. I love that Aero design. Solid stuff.
And then this last deal is for those of you who can actually make it in person to a Micro Center because it's in store only. But you can pick up the Asus ROG Strix AMD Radeon RX 6600 XT for only $189.99, making it $130 off.
Those AMD GPUs mean such a good deal lately.
And with that, deals are done. I'm gonna hand you back to the staff. Let us see.
Literally hand me off. You know, this is a good deal, Reese. Getting 10 things for free when you only paid for 1. Netflix is doing this. When it comes to shutting down their DVD business, they decided that if you click a little email link by August 29th, they will send you 10 extra discs by September 29th. The reason they're doing it is saying after 25 years of movies in the mail, we're approaching the end of our final season. We really appreciate that you're sharing movie nights with us until the last day. Let's have some fun for our finale. So these 10 discs will be chosen from the queue that the person has. It's going to be randomly chosen. You still have to return everything by October 27th this year. What's the point? You don't get to keep them, or you get to watch 11 movies over the next 2 months, 3 months, the month that you have them. I don't know. It's a nice little gesture for something. I guess they're doing it. But speaking of outdated things that are shutting down, which actually I'm not necessarily sure the Netflix TV model is outdated. I still think that might be a decent idea for physical media. Anyways, regardless, Xbox 360, their store is closing down in a year, July 2024. It's going to be over. It's ripped Xbox 360, the marketplace shutting down July 29, 2024. Any original Xbox or Xbox 360 games and DLC that are backwards compatible on the new ones will still be able to buy on the newer console storefronts, just not on the regular one. The Microsoft movies and TV apps will stop working. This console is 18 years old. It is turning an adult this year. The 360 is aged, right? So how long should they support it? I think almost 2 decades is a good run. I'm okay with 2 decades. You never had the 360, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I had the Xbox 360 Elite. It was really cool. It had the hard drive. I supported with Assassin's Creed 2. That's a lot.
Sound off with your favorite Xbox 360 memory down below in the comments, even if that includes a Red Ring of Death.
The 360 was the first Xbox to launch.
Yeah, you guys didn't have the original one,
no?
And you didn't have like a knockoff, like a Famicom version?
No, I mean, I had a friend whose dad worked in America and he bought him an Xbox and I got to play it that way. But it wasn't a normal thing.
Okay, well, let's
up here, sorry. I didn't even mean to deploy it, it's right here.
Because this is supposed to be an AMD Phoenix-based APU, so we're seeing with the RG Ally and several others, but it's supposed to have little Joy-Con looking doodles. So according to
damn good game, that was my last game too. Love it.
Potentially gonna have little slidey sticks that come out and play. I feel like the reason that worked for the Switch was because you connected it to a TV.
Yeah.
I don't see many people hooking this up to a TV, maybe to, larger monitors. If there's a GPU dock involved, do this just clip in like that? I'm not 100% sure. This is a render, so it's not quite clear. It's going to have an SD card slot and USB-C ports, but not HDMI. And whether or not it's going to support Thunderbolt or to get a dock, also not clear. I think for this to fully work, they have to have a dock ecosystem. That's the only reason you're really removing. You could kickstand it, but
I'm gonna wait to see more details on this before I actually say I hate it, because right now I hate it.
Yeah, it does seem like they're trying something unique and novel.